Chapter 68. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. You can imagine the uproar to Hua Jieyu's words. The most beautiful girl of Donghai Academy. It was like a slap to Mu Yunxian, the talent of the school of the Emperor Star. There was no dignity left for him. Perhaps Hua Jieyu really was mad because these rumors could hurt the person she truly liked. The people of Donghai Academy could imagine Mu Yunxuan's feelings now. But compared to that, they were more curious about the one Hua Jieyu liked. Who was the one that could make Hua Jieyu so beautiful when talking about him? Who was the one that Mu Yunxian wasn't even good enough to be compared to? Did someone like this really exist in Donghai Academy? After all, Mu Yunxian was the genius prodigy of the school of the Emperor Star. At that moment, the one Hua Jieyu spoke of was practicing his guqin in the school. He was immersed in it from day to night. His grandmaster was definitely a master of the guqin arts. His attainment was at the peak. Even Hua Fenglu couldn't be compared to him. He could use music notes to cast spells from other schools, resonating musical spells with others. It could create even more explosive power and was clearly deeper than what he had taught Hua Fenglu. The man hadn't learned these. The night sky was as dark as ink. Under the bright moon, the school of the Emperor Star looked even more majestic. Music streamed from a pavilion. The youth sat on a stone bench and played the qin. A beautiful girl sat beside him, listening to the melody. Under the moonlit sky, this scene was so beautiful and peaceful. After a while, the music came to a stop. The youth gazed at the girl and said gently, "Fox, time to rest." "No, I want to stay here with you." Hua Jieyu's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and shook her head. "Then I'll go rest with you," Yi Futian said. "No way." Hua Jieyu smiled. What was this bad guy thinking now? You're still not my girl," Yi Futian said, hurt. "That trick doesn't work." Hua Jieyu smiled. He always pretended to be pitiful. Despite her words, she leaned against Yi Futian and slowly lied down into his lap. The arrogant and fairy-like girl at the Donghai Academy during the day had now become a girl in love. She was so gentle. It seems to work. Yi Futian looked at the pretty girl in his lap. He caressed her hair and dipped his head. He pecked her forehead. His eyes were filled with softness. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. With her head on Yi Futian's thighs, she murmured, "Don't mess around. Keep practicing and I'll rest here." Yi Futian gave Hua Jieyu puppy eyes. "Fox, do you think I can practice with you here?" "I don't care. Let me sleep for a bit." Hua Jieyu looked smug as she closed her eyes. "Oh, you sly fox." Yi Futian felt tragic, but he started practicing again. If anyone in Donghai Academy knew that Yi Futian felt sad now, they'd probably slap him to death. The music was peaceful and Hua Jieyu actually fell asleep quickly. Yi Futian looked down at the girl. Her eyelashes were long and pretty. A smile still hung on her face as she slept. It was sweet and beautiful. Seeing the sleeping beauty, Yi Futian smiled too. He murmured, "Fox, you suck." Then he raised his head and kept playing. The music continued from night to day. During the night, Yi Futian felt his energy changing. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had been frustrated all these days due to the rumors, but last night, he had felt more peaceful than ever before. With the music notes, he had a mental breakthrough without realizing. This way, he was at the 4-star glory plane for both martial arts and sorcery. A cough broke the early morning peace. Yi Futian saw the old man walk over. He smiled, trembled. Hua Jieyu's eyes opened and she got up, pink tinging her cheeks. "Grandmaster." Hua Jieyu called with her head lowered. There was some embarrassment in her voice. Must be nice to be young. The old man smiled at the two before him. They were like a perfect pair. He could feel the pure feelings just seeing them. I hope you will be in love like this forever. He gave his blessing with a smile. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu exchanged glances. Both of them had smiling eyes. Grandmaster, we will, Yi Futian said. You can't slack on your cultivation though, the elder said. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He continued practicing. Hua Jieyu stayed there and cultivated too. Han Mo is here to greet his senior. A voice came from outside. The elder's smile faded. He said indifferently, come in. As soon as he finished, a few figures walked in. The first was the Emperor Star elder Yi Futian had seen before. How have you been? Han Mo asked with a smile. Can I help you? Elder Qin asked. There is nothing much, but I heard that Yi Futian was practicing here. So I came to take a look, Han Mo said. His gaze fell on Yi Futian. I told you last time that you can come to the school of the Emperor Star. Why didn't you tell me after you came? I came with Headmaster Yi. I am sorry for not notifying you, Yi Futian said politely. It is all right. Since you are practicing with my senior, why don't you join this school? Han Mo's smile remained. Yi Futian shook his head wryly. You are joking again. I have already joined the school of the Finance Star. If I joined the Emperor Star, I would be betraying the Finance Star. Do you accept disciples like that? That is true. The old man nodded and said, since you are not joining then, according to the rules, you cannot stay here for long. Hearing his words, something flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. He looked at the man's smile and Mu Yunxian behind him. He obviously knew that Han Mo was planning something. The one who reminded him at the Luo Palace was obviously not Han Mo. You have problems with the fact that I am keeping him here to practice? Elder Qin's muddled eyes grew sharp. His entire aura seemed to change. His robe fluttered and his white hair flew in the wind. Han Mo bowed. Senior, please do not be angry. I was just saying, but I will leave now. With that, he really turned to leave. At the same time, he said, Yunxian apologized to Jieyu. Yes. Mu Yunxian walked up and said to Hua Jieyu, the rumors affected you negatively. Please do not mind them. Get out, Hua Jieyu uttered, staring at Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxuan's face stiffened. His handsome face became embarrassed. It was one thing for Hua Jieyu to declare the rumors unfounded yesterday at Donghai Academy. It did not affect Mu Yunxian too much. But Hua Jieyu did not spare any dignity for him. She told everyone that he could not even be compared to who she liked. Everyone was discussing him as if he was a clown. And now, Hua Jieyu also told him to get out so mercilessly. Seeing Yi Futian beside her, Mu Yunxian realized that this boy was the one she liked. Yesterday, Jieyu said that I can't be compared to you. I cannot disturb your master today, but in the future, I hope we can have some exchanges, Mu Yunxian said to Yi Futian, still polite. Yi Futian did not know what had happened yesterday, but he could guess from Mu Yunxuan's words. After deciding to stay in this school and Hua Jieyu no longer had to avoid him, she probably personally revealed the truth. Thinking of this, Yi Futian smiled gently at Hua Jieyu. He took her hands and glanced at Mu Yunxian, giving a strong response to what Mu Yunxian had said earlier. Seeing this, Mu Yunxuan's expression grew more uncomfortable. Get out, Yi Futian said the same two words as Hua Jieyu. Even though he was told to do so by the school of the Emperor Star, Yi Futian could not tolerate Mu Yunxian saying he was dating Hua Jieyu. Sensing Hua Jieyu's reliance on him, Yi Futian knew that this event had hurt her. She had become sensitive and weak. He needed to make Mu Yunxian pay. Sorry for the disturbance. Mu Yunxian bowed toward Elder Qin and glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His fists clenched loosely. He turned and walked out to catch up with Han Mo. Han Mo's face was dark too. He said coldly, Nanda brought her here to cultivate, but it seems like nothing will come out of it. If that's the case, what use does she have regardless of her talents? Professor, that Yi Futian will be troublesome in the future too, Mu Yunxian said. Him? Han Mo sneered. Youths who don't know how to lie low will die easily. The school of the Finance Star can't protect him for long. Hearing those words, a cold murderous glint flashed past Mu Yunxuan's eyes. Days later, Yi Xiang came to the school of the Emperor Star to pick him up. Minister Zhou had sent people over, and was preparing to travel to Qingzhou City. In the yard, Yi Xiang walked forward. He floated in the air and his hands were behind his back. Behind him, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, Qingzhou isn't far from Donghai. With Minister Zhu's demon, it'll only take 1 day. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Okay. I'll wait for you, Hua Jieyu said gently. She would wait no matter how long it took. Fox, I'm leaving. Yi Futian's eyes were unwilling, but he left with Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu watched his back. She did not turn to go cultivate until he was completely gone. Chapter 69. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhou was already waiting for him. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhou was already waiting for him. When the young woman saw Yi Futian, she said, Let's have another battle. Yi Futian was speechless. He wondered if this girl liked being defeated. No, he answered. Yi Futian glanced at the young woman. What is that look supposed to mean? Seeing the way Yi Futian looked at her made her mad. If we fight again, I'm afraid you might cry, said Yi Futian. He was determined never to battle with a female ever again. You. The young woman pointed at him. All right, Missy. Let's go, weren't you the one who begged to tag along? Minister Zhou did not know what to do with the little princess. Just you wait, Yi Futian. She then turned to the Minister Zhou. Master, I want him to be my guard. Aye. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. He looked to Minister Zhou. Senior. She couldn't do this, could she? Stop fooling around. The Minister Zhou looked at the young woman once and then gave out his order, let's go. The large group riding on creatures began their journey, heading in the direction of the East Sea. I don't care. Master, didn't you say his innate powers were good and that he was gifted? Then he would be perfect as my guard. He can also battle me time to time to help me gain combat experience. The young woman whined to the Minister Zhou. Yi Futian stared in shock. What did she take him for? Then you'll have to ask Yi Futian to see if he'll agree, said Minister Zhou. Yi Futian thanked the Minister Zhou silently. The young woman looked towards Yi Futian and said, You're better off by my side than you are at Donghai Academy. No. Yi Futian remembered what Hua Jieyu made him promise and rejected her firmly. I really do have a girlfriend. You. The young woman seemed to be adjusting to Yi Futian's shameless antics because she suddenly smiled. With a beautiful smile, she faced Yi Futian and asked, Is your girlfriend really as pretty as I am? Yi Futian saw her smile and did not know what to say. How could her expression change so abruptly? She was trying to get her way through the means of seduction. However, Yi Futian thought it was wasted effort because he was an honest man. However, he couldn't believe that she remembered what he said yesterday. When it came to appearances, women were indeed. You are very beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so, Yi Futian said with a serious look on his face. The young woman's smile disappeared in an instant and she snickered at Yi Futian. Who would believe you? She seemed to know that there was no hope and refused to look at Yi Futian. That self-confidence, Yi Futian thought to himself, if this girl met Hua Jieyu, then she would not be so confident. At the thought of Hua Jieyu, a smile crept on his face. Yi Futian closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle blowing of the wind in silence. Quickly, the group made it past the city and arrived at the East Sea. In the vast sea the wind blew and ships sailed. The group did not stall for too long before they were on their way again, this time headed for Qingzhou Academy. Several hours later, from the skies over the East Sea, an island came into view. Yi Futian stood on top of the beast he was previously riding on and looked at the nearing island. He had no idea he would be back so soon. It did not seem like that long ago that he left the island city. So many thoughts floated through his mind. Was senior sister Qinyi doing all right? Was General Qin Shui doing better? Did Feng Qingxue miss him? Probably. He smiled at the thought of being back home. Finally, the beasts were flying right above the island. They did not stop but continued in the direction of Qingzhou Academy. Boom! At this very moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Yi Futian and everyone were concerned as they looked down. They saw the ground shake, as if an earthquake or a tsunami was about to dawn upon the city. What's going on? Minister Zhu's eyes flickered and the beasts continued to advance. A moment later, the loud rumbling resumed and the ground was shaking once again. The citizens of Qingzhou City were in a frenzy. The stronger people ascended into mid-air, while the weaker people were running on the streets. Everyone was in shock. Boom! The ground was still shaking without a pattern. As they got deeper into the city, the shaking got more violent. Even when the monster tide occurred, it did not affect the areas this far away. Right now, it seemed like the entire island was being affected. It was originating from the direction of Qingzhou Academy. What on earth was going on? Yi Futian's heart was pounding. Even though he was not able to become an official disciple of Qingzhou Academy, he still had a sentimental attachment to this place. He did not wish for anything to happen to the academy. The beast sped up and charged forward. Not long after, they arrived at Qingzhou Academy. Right now, the whole area was shaking nonstop. Some buildings had already fallen. The teachers and students were all looking in the direction of Mount Tianyao, their hearts in a frenzy. There seemed to be an ultimate battle taking place in Mount Tianyao. Mount Tianyao, its senior snow ape, thought Yi Futian. His expression changed. The shaking was coming from Mount Tianyao. There could only be one thing that would lead to such strong vibrations through the ground, and that was a huge battle between the snow ape and some unknown people. The snow ape's powers were unimaginably strong. He may very well be second in power after Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian was unsure of exactly how powerful he was, but to be able to battle with the snow ape, it was most likely a fearsome opponent. It was hard for Yi Futian not to worry. "Seems like someone got here before I could," said Minister Zhua. The group stood between Qingzhou Academy and Mount Tianyao. People who went ahead to test the waters came back to report their findings. They greeted the minister with a bow. "Minister Zhua, things are not good. Do you know who it is?" Minister Zhua asked. "It's not possible for a person so powerful to exist in Nandu Nation." The reporting person shook his head. Minister Zhua contemplated for a while and said, "All of you stay here, I'll go take a look." Obviously, everything they had previously prepared was now useless. The plans had been spoiled. An extremely powerful individual got wind of the news and came to Qingzhou City. "Senior, can you take me with you?" asked Yi Futian. "Your abilities are still too weak." "It will be dangerous," said Minister Zhua. "That's okay. I want to take a look at what's going on." Yi Futian was determined. "I cannot promise your absolute safety," Minister Zhua spoke again. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them made their way into Mount Tianyao. The vibrations of the ground were even stronger now that they were closer to the mountains. Demons and monsters ran frantically in every direction. With Minister Zhua's powers, none of the demons or monsters dared to stand in his way. Finally, they reached the epicenter of the vibrations. One look at the scene ahead and the powerful minister began to shudder, not able to calm down. "Senior." Yi Futian clenched his fist. His body was shaking. His eyes were filled with a wild flame and all the veins on his arms were visible. Up ahead was an enormous snow ape, taller than the mountains. Compared to when Yi Futian had met him before, the snow ape was much larger now. His head was in the clouds. His enormous body stood in the midst of a storm, but he remained standing steadily like the mountains. A golden chain was locked around the snow ape's body. The light coming from the chain was shining brighter than the sun. The chain seemed to have come from the heavens, creating a link between heaven and earth. The snow ape reached out his hands, filled with immense power. However, the snow ape's snow-white fur was covered in blood. He was bleeding from wounds all over his body. He looked up at the figures in the sky unyieldingly. Yi Futian also looked up at the sky with his bloodshot eyes. Up in the sky stood a group of people. They were spread out in the air. A light shone from each of their bodies. This light enveloped them like a divine armor, and the people looked domineering, like the gods in heaven. Standing above them were two more people. They were quiet. One of the two was dressed in a robe of sorts. She was dazzling, elegant, and wholly like a celestial fairy. She did not look too old, maybe about Yi Futian's age. Even though she was young, her aura was outstanding. It was almost as if she was born superior to others. She looked very content. Beside her stood a figure that seemed like a divine general. His force field covered her as if to protect her. Compared with Minister's was disciple, the girl won in regards of elegance and looks. Perhaps, even if the goddess like Hua Jieyu were here, she would not be able to overshadow this girl. The two girls were on a similar level in terms of looks, but when it came to elegance, not even Hua Jieyu could beat her. If Hua Jieyu was compared to a descended goddess, then this girl was a celestial fairy straight from the heavens. It was almost as if the snow ape could sense Yi Futian's arrival. He looked over in Yi Futian's direction and seemed to have mistaken the situation. The snow ape looked at Minister Zhuo with blood-red eyes, conveying his intent to kill. A loud growl sounded. The world seemed to have become frozen and covered in snow. Along with the clanging of chains, the snow ape charged at Minister Zhuo, lifting his arms, preparing to attack. Minister Zhuo's face paled. He could feel his body slowly being sealed by the ice. Senior. Yi Futian jumped in front of Minister Zhuo. He realized that the snow ape must have mistakenly thought that Minister Zhuo was holding him against his will. The snow ape struck the two with his hand, causing Minister Zhuo and Yi Futian to land far away with a loud crash. The chain rattled again, but this time to pull him back. Minister Zhuo and Yi Futian picked themselves up off the ground. At this moment they noticed that the group in the sky were looking down at them. The divine general-like figure spoke to them. Kneel. His voice was domineering, superior, and arrogant. Greetings, I am a Prime Minister of Nandu Nation. May I ask who you guys are? Asked Minister Zhuo. He joined his hands together in a salute. The fairy-like female looked down at them and replied, My family name is Dong Huang. Minister Zhuo's knees hit the ground and he bowed his head to the floor. This was not only because the opposing side was power, but also because of their identity. Her surname was Dong Huang. The prophecy has been fulfilled, Minister Zhuo thought to himself. A shiver ran down his back. The reason he was willing to risk coming here was because he told his own fortune. The prophecy said that this journey will not be dangerous. On the contrary, he would meet a person fated to become emperor. Never would Minister Zhuo have imagined, by being fated to become emperor, it did not mean the emperor of the Nandu nation, it meant the emperor of the divine prefectures. Yi Futian did not kneel down. In the storm he looked up to the sky. He stood up straight, and in this moment he was calmer than ever before. He met eyes with the air in the sky. The look they shared was a look of destiny. Chapter 70. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. My name is Dong Huang. Yi Futian even felt like that sentence was spoken to him instead of Minister Zhuo. Boundless icy winds blew through, causing flurries of snow that fell from the sky. An indescribable coldness descended into the world. Everyone looked over at the towering mountain's vastness. They saw the snow ape look up the vault of heaven. It was sealed in ice with him as the center. The entire world was frozen. Child, look carefully. A voice floated into Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw a shadow appear inside the snow ape's body. Came straight out of the flesh. The endless ice and snow converged into a giant snow staff that the snow ape grasped. 9 heavenly attacks. The snow ape stood up, almost becoming one with the sky and earth. That moment, incredible power converged above the shadow. His body was so stable. Finally, the snow ape's large shadow moved. The first hit gathered the power of the world and slammed against the atrium. The air seemed to be sliced apart and the frozen world was cut into two. Endless wind and snow blocked everyone's vision except Yi Futian. The snow ape did not hit anyone. He was just teaching Yi Futian. It was the freedom meditation. Even though Yi Futian was sad, he knew that the snow ape was using his life to teach. This staff technique was the evolved by Emperor Yi Qing when he created war techniques. Now the snow ape was demonstrating it personally. After the first hit, the power intensified rather than weakening. When the snow staff was swung again, the power of the first hit seemed to meld into the second and sweep everything. Then the third hit, the fourth. Every hit's power seemed to be multiplying. By the 8th hit, the world was shaking, the mountains were trembling, and the earth had cracked open. The snow ape's location had turned into the world's most terrifying windstorm. The 9th hit, a voice said in Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw the snow ape go toward the atrium. The snow staff swung and countless shadows of the staff appeared, flattening the sky. After that, Yi Futian could not see clearly anymore. Blinding light shone from above the atrium, covered everything. The entire Mount Tianyao shook. The demons all knelt on the ground. An invisible power crashed into Ministers Wu and Yi Futian. They flew backward, but something was protecting Yi Futian. He was not fatally hurt, but there was pain everywhere. This windstorm lasted a long time because calming down. It began to snow in Mount Tianyao. White snow continued to float down. Yi Futian stood there gaping. The snow ape's shadow had disappeared. All that remained was the giant flesh body standing there. It was lifeless, but it still stood up straight and tall. He was standing even in death. In the canyon behind him, Emperor Yi Qing's statue was still undamaged. It was as if the snow ape had defended the statue to his death. Yi Futian reached out. A snowflake landed in his palm. Child, do not be sad. This was destined. I should have gone with my master long ago, but I had to wait for someone. Thankfully I met you all. I am just sad I cannot see you rule the world with my own eyes. There seemed to be a shred of consciousness remaining in the air. It transformed into a voice that floated into Yi Futian's ear. At the corner of his eye was a tear. Was this really all fate? The snow ape knew the ending, but he still remained here, guarding it. The divine general went toward Emperor Yi Qing's statue to find something, but they could not find anything. A figure radiated and the girl in the air said, "Let his last statue remain." The divine general still shone. The terrible light fell upon the statue, flattening it to the ground. The statue that the snow ape had protected with his life had still fallen. "Princess, you should not have sympathy," the general said, retracting his light. The girl looked at him coldly and turned around. The people left with her. When she left, she looked down. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and then moved away. Her figure disappeared in the horizon. When they left, Yi Futian collapsed too. Something had been supporting him before, but those violent shakes had even hurt Ministers Wu, let alone him. Before, he had forced himself to stand up and witness it all. Ministers Wu coughed out blood. He could not recover quickly. Everything that had happened was indescribable. He did not even see clearly how the snow ape had died. Walking to Yi Futian, he looked at the youth's calm face with a bit of gratitude. If not for Yi Futian, the snow ape would have killed him. He could feel the murderous intent. But Yi Futian was only a boy. How could he be so calm when faced with all this? He did not even kneel down. The girl from the sky had the surname Donghuang. Even the Emperor of Nandu would have to kneel. Their statuses were too different. However, the youth had still been standing up straight. It was not because he was dumb from shock but arrogance from his bones. At that moment, Ministers Wu had the illusion that the boy before him was as high and mighty as the girl from the sky. His eyes flashed. Then he sat down beside Yi Futian. His life spirit appeared. It was a life chart. The minister of Nandu was a rarely seen astrologer. Few people knew this secret. Astrologers usually did not live long because they knew too much. The light of the life chart enveloped Yi Futian. The gears moved without stop and sped up. What's going on? Ministers Wu's expression changed. He stared at the uncontrollable life chart in shock. It spun crazily with noise until it finally slowed down. Ministers Wu stared at the chart. The needle spun until it pointed upward. It seemed to point at the sky. The minister collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the life chart, his heart twitched. This was impossible. How was this possible? Shouldn't it be the girl in the sky? Her surname was Donghuang. Why did Yi Futian have this fate? The fortune showed that he would meet someone, but who was it? In disbelief, Ministers Wu continued to activate the life chart. After several attempts, he was sweating. He sat beside Yi Futian and stared at the sleeping youth. Would Nandu Nation's fate change because of him? When Yi Futian woke up, he saw Ministers Wu beside him. The man smiled. "You're awake." "Senior," Yi Futian greeted. He sat up. "You saved my life, so you shouldn't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Wu," Ministers Wu said with a smile. He felt guilty inside. As the minister, he had taken advantage of the boy without him realizing. Uncle Wu. Yi Futian was not very straightforward. Becoming close to the minister of Nandu would be good for him when he returned to Donghai City. "Yes." Ministers Wu nodded. "How are your injuries?" "No big deal." Yi Futian looked back. He was sad when he saw the statue-like body. "Uncle Wu," he said, "I want to stay here for a while." You can go back first. Minister Zwa shook his head. The demons have been chased away, but they might come back. It's too dangerous. Why don't I stay here with you? But Yi Futian wanted to continue, but Minister Zwa interrupted. You're calling me uncle already. We're not strangers. Go do what you want to do. I'll just cultivate here. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and stopped talking. He got up and walked toward the snow ape's body. There he kept standing, but he looked up to the heavens. Senior, I can't take revenge for you now, so I'll just accompany you for a while. Yi Futian's voice was sad. He sat by the snow ape's body. The Guqin spirit appeared and descended before him. Yi Futian started playing right there. A gloomy melody sounded as if in farewell. After the tune, Yi Futian started cultivating. The snow ape had taught him the 9 heavenly attacks before dying. Cultivating here was like the last comfort to the snow ape's spirit. The days passed. Without realizing, months had passed. 9 heavenly attacks was extremely difficult. When Yi Futian learned the 3rd hit, both his martial arts and sorcery cultivation had reached the 5-star glory plane. That day, Yi Futian knelt before the snow ape's body. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up and turning around. He never looked back. Uncle Zwa, let's go back, Yi Futian said to Minister Zwa, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. The man opened his eyes and nodded. Okay. With that, he and Yi Futian flew into the sky. They left Mount Tianyao. Yi Futian's recent actions had been odd, but he did not ask. Once out of Mount Tianyao, they were close to Qingzhou Academy. Minister Zwa's men were waiting there. Seeing Minister Zwa return, they let out sighs of relief and went to greet him. Where's the princess? Minister Zwa asked. They were living in Qingzhou Academy while you weren't here, someone said. That girl has probably caused a ruckus, Minister Zwa said. He walked forward and they all went toward Qingzhou Academy. The red-clothed girl was the princess of Nandu. She was now living in the School of Martial Arts. Many people were there right now. When Yi Futian walked in, he saw Qin Yi. Surprised, he called Ms. Qin. Futian. Qin Yi was surprised when she saw Yi Futian. I wanted to go find you. Why are you here? Yi Futian asked. Hearing this, Qin Yi lowered her head slightly. Professor, you're back. The servants here don't know how to take care of people. I can finally go back now. The girl walked by. Many big figures of the School of Martial Arts were present. They all froze when they saw Yi Futian, but Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Servant. Chapter 71. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zwa. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zwa. Minister Zwa nodded his head. Lung Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the House of Swordsmen, looked at Yi Futian and asked, What are you doing here? What is my senior sister doing here? Yi Futian did not answer his question. Lung Qingfeng took a look around at everyone. He did not know how to explain the situation. She's your senior sister? The young woman snickered. Then to Yi Futian she said, She's been my servant these past couple days. But it's such a pity that she doesn't know how to take care of other people. If you promise to be my underling, I'll let her go. How about it? You did this. Yi Futian glared at her coldly. Yi Futian, I'm fine, Qin Yi said, pulling at his sleeve. But I'm not fine, senior sister. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi. He moved her hands away and walked towards the young woman. His demeanor was cold, but at the same time he looked furious. Seeing him like this slightly frightened the young woman. She asked, What do you want? Didn't you say that you wanted to battle again? I'll fulfill your wish, he said. His pace quickened, racing straight towards the young woman. You're crazy. She saw Yi Futian charging at her, but because he was going too fast, he reached her before she was able to defend herself. A punch was thrown at her. The young woman gathered energy to defend herself, but his fist broke through her defense and landed on her chest. The young woman flew through the air and was thrown through 2 closed doors. After breaking the doors, she landed on the ground. Everyone watching was dumbfounded at the scene they just witnessed. Qin Yi looked pale because she knew that this young woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Even Xia Fan, the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture and the person who destroyed Qin Yi's family, had to kneel down in her presence. Yi Futian actually threw her in the air with a single punch. "Princess," someone shouted. "Yi Futian, that was out of line," said someone from the School of Martial Arts, as a group of them went up to help the princess. The young woman walked out of the room she had just been thrown into, with a hand on her chest. Her eyes were red as if she was really going to cry. She had never been hit before. What's more, this was already the second time. "Master, he's bullying me. Kill him," the young woman ordered as she looked at Minister Zhua. The powerful cultivators of Nandu Nation surrounded Yi Futian. "Minister Zhua, please have mercy," Ling Qingfeng pleaded. Yi Futian. Qin Yi's face was pale and she placed herself in front of him. "Step down, order Minister Zhua." The people surrounding Yi Futian retreated. "Master," said the young woman. She was shocked and did not understand what her master was doing. "Have you had enough?" In a stern tone, Minister Zhua said to the young woman, "Apologize to Yi Futian." "Oh, me? Apologize to him?" The young woman's eyes were about to pop out of her head as she stared at her master. She was a princess and she was the one who had to apologize after getting hit by Yi Futian? "Are you not going to listen to me?" Minister Zhua looked at the young woman with a serious look on his face. He could not believe that this child actually ordered to have Yi Futian killed. She would know that this was for her own good sometime in the future. "Uncle Zhua, forget about the apology. I can't bear it," said Yi Futian. "All I want to know is who made my senior sister a servant?" General Qin Shui, the protector of the city of Qingzhou, was disabled by Xia Fan when he offended him for the well-being of the city. Now, his daughter, who was cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, was being treated as a servant? Witnessing this with his own two eyes, it was clear that Yi Futian was beyond furious. If it was the young woman's fault, he would hold this against her, even if she was the princess. "Hurry up and tell him," Minister Zhua ordered the young woman. She felt wrong seeing her master side with Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Yi Futian and told him, "It was the city lord who sent her to take care of me. Why are you blaming me?" "Murong Yunshan?" Yi Futian's eyes grew cold. He asked the people of the School of Martial Arts, "Is this how you treat the daughter of General Qin?" Everyone lowered their heads in shame. They knew that City Lord Murong Yunshan was purposely picking on Qin Yi, but what could they do? Now it was Yi Futian who would stand up against the Murong family again. Last time as well, he executed Murong Qiu in front of students of Qingzhou Academy all by himself. It was just as the Thunder Pavilion Lord had said when he left. The prestigious Qingzhou Academy was nothing compared to this one young man. Not even a year had passed, and this young man was back in Qingzhou Academy. He was actually able to defeat a 5-starred Glory Plane Mandate Sorcerer with one punch. To add to that, the person he hit was the princess of the Nandu Nation, and afterwards, Minister Zhua even had the princess apologize to Yi Futian. The world had changed so quickly. When the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Pavilion left, he said that Qingzhou Academy would know what they missed out on when Yi Futian became known to the world. It seemed like what he said was slowly coming true. Yi Futian's growth was truly shocking. "General Qin?" Minister Zhua looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Yi Futian, is there a story behind this?" "General Qin is the protector of our city," answered Yi Futian. He turned to Minister Zhua and summarized the story of General Qin, and Xia Fan, Murong Yunshan and the others. When he finished retelling the story, Minister Zhua became extra cold. He said, "Those bastards." Murong Yunshan plunged the people into misery and suffering, but has become the city lord? "Uncle Zhua, I want him dead," said Yi Futian. "He was out for blood." "Go, bring him here," ordered Minister Zhua. Understood. Someone answered his order and flew to find Murong Yunshan. The people of Qingzhou Academy shuddered at this scene. Was the Murong family done for? One word from the Prime Minister of the Nandu Nation was enough to have a whole family killed off, even if it was the city lord. Yi Futian called out Qin Yi. She looked at the young man standing in front of her. It hadn't even been a year since she last saw him. What on earth had he been through? For her, he attacked the princess. "Senior sister, everything is okay now." Yi Futian smiled at Qin Yi. She nodded, eyes red. In this time she learned the truth about human nature. Many people treated her poorly. Even the people who courted her before changed their attitude towards her. As if it was not enough that Xia Fan and Murong Yunshan caused her father's disability, Murong Shan used the arrival of the princess as an excuse to suppress her growth and cultivation. Don't you still owe me an apology? The young woman asked Yi Futian. She still felt wronged. Senior sister, did she give you a hard time? Yi Futian asked Qin Yi. No, she said as she shook her head. Then I'll forgive you, he said to the young woman. You. The young woman pointed a finger at Yi Futian, not knowing what to say. Then she turned to look at Minister Zhua with puppy dog eyes. That's enough. No matter what, you were in the wrong first. Why do you need a servant when traveling? Treat this as a lesson learned, said Minister Zhua gently. He then turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian, I watched her grow up. Other than being a little obstinate, she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take what she does to heart, and take care of her if possible. I need him to take care of me? The young girl felt that Minister Zhua was a little strange since coming down from the mountains. What on earth happened? Uncle Zhua, that's too much. I was a little rash. This situation had nothing to do with the princess, so I am at fault, said Yi Futian. Minister Zhua showed much respect for Yi Futian. Even though he saved Minister Zhua on Mount Tianyao, Yi Futian knew that there was a limit to what he could do. After all, the young woman was the princess and her master was Minister Zhua. Is this the attitude you use in an apology? The young woman chewed on her own lip. Fine, then I'll promise to battle you the next time you ask, he said. Who wants to fight you? The young woman scratched her head. After that one punch she finally realized she could not defeat him. Minister Zhua saw her expression and could not help but smile. It looked like her temper had dissolved. Yi Futian and the princess should have made up by now, right? After a little while, Murong Yunshan was escorted to them. He still had no idea what was going on. When he saw Yi Futian, Murong Yunshan saw red. His son Murong Qiu had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Greetings to Minister Zhua and the princess from Qingzhou City Lord. Murong Yunshan, he bowed. Yi Futian, what do you want to do with him? Asked Minister Zhua. I want him beheaded. Yi Futian answered without hesitation. Murong Yunshan was in complete shock. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. What was going on? Off with his head. One word from Minister Zhua, and the people standing behind Murong Yunshan restrained him. In this moment, Murong Yunshan finally realized the predicament he was in. Please spare me, Minister Zhua. What did I do wrong? Murong Yunshan's expression was completely different. However, Minister Zhua did not bother with him. The minister looked at Yi Futian and felt a cold shiver when he saw Yi Futian's cold eyes. It was then that Murong Yunshan understood. The person who wanted to kill him wasn't Minister Zhua, but was the young man in front of him. He was once an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Academy. Murong Yunshan thought of the fall quarter examinations. That was the first time Yi Futian stood up in the middle of the stage, stubborn and unwavering. Murong Yunshan never expected that the lives of both him and his son would end in the hands of Yi Futian. I cannot accept this. Murong Yunshan screamed furiously. A moment later, Qingzhou City Lord was dead in Qingzhou Academy. Have the Murong family property confiscated, Ministers were ordered. Immediately, his people left to get things taken care of. What do you think of making General Qin the new city lord of Qingzhou City? Ministers were asked Yi Futian. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Naturally, Yi Futian had the same thought, but he did not feel right asking this of Minister Zhua. He was so shocked at this treatment he was receiving from Minister Zhua. Yi Futian was being treated so well it was getting suspicious. The casual words exchanged in this courtyard flipped the whole city upside down. First, the powerful Murong Chamber of Commerce was destroyed. Originally, the municipal guards tried to resist, but when they found out the Prime Minister of the Nandu nation ordered the destruction, they gave up the thought of defending it. There were also many guards in the municipal guards who actually volunteered to clean out the Murong family house. They did not want to be suspected of siding with the Murong family. Then, out of nowhere, General Qin was invited to fill the spot of city lord. All of this happened in such a short period of time. Very quickly the news spread all through the city of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was the first to get the news. All the students were extremely shocked. They heard that the leader of all these events was actually Yi Futian. Chapter 72. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. Do you have to leave today? Qini lowered her head. She walked quickly and her voice was sad. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. You brat. You want to leave as soon as you see your senior? Am I that unappreciated? Qini gave Yi Futian a look. Senior, you know that Donghai City has a lot of things that need someone so successful to do. Yi Futian said jokingly with a smile. I trust you. Qini glared in mocking anger and then smiled. Back then you said you were a mandate sorcerer and I didn't believe you. Now I'll believe whatever you say. My charisma is getting stronger, Yi Qingxian said proudly. Are you falling for me? Qini was taken by surprise. She smiled and continued walking forward as she said, Yeah, I am. Well, it doesn't matter. Too many people are pursuing me. Senior, you're too slow. Yi Futian smiled. Go die. Qini raised a slim leg and kicked Yi Futian while rolling her eyes. Qini looked especially attractive now. The students who passed by saw the two play fighting. They were all envious, thinking that Yi Futian was still the same powerful Yi Futian. But now they were no longer looking at him with jealousy and hatred. Instead there was some respect. They all knew what had happened in Qingzhou City. The Yi Futian now had become someone they needed to look up to. In the future, he might even become a legend of Qingzhou Academy. There was a pretty girl standing in the near distance. She was beautiful and tall. After half a year, her beauty had increased. Senior, look, I didn't lie, Yi Futian said to Qini after seeing the girl. Look how cocky you are. Qini sighed inwardly and they walked forward. Why didn't you come see me? Feng Qingxue asked as she forced herself to smile. I'm here now, aren't I? Yi Futian smiled. The little girl from before has become more beautiful. Do you miss me? This brat. Qini looked at him, speechless from his narcissism. Yeah, Feng Qingxue nodded with a smile. Qini was shocked. That sucks. You'll have to keep missing me. Yi Futian shrugged. Feng Qingxue studied him. I want to see the outside world too. It's dangerous out there and you're so pretty. It'll be more dangerous for you, Yi Futian said. But you're there, right? Feng Qingxue seemed to have gathered all her courage to say that. Don't, Uncle Feng will think I stole you away. Yi Futian reached out and petted Feng Qingxue's head. She froze, allowing Yi Futian to mess up her hair. This felt so familiar. But sadly, everything was different and they could not go back. How is Yusheng? Feng Qingxue asked. Oh, Yusheng, Yi Futian muttered. He was angry thinking about the guy. He's dating and doesn't want me anymore. Feng Qingxue was shocked. Even Yusheng was dating? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt bitter. It seemed that time had really changed a lot. What about you and Hua Jieyu? Are you dating? Feng Qingxue studied him. She can't escape from me. She didn't want me to come here. Thinking of the fox, Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He was still smiling casually, but it made Feng Qingxue jealous. They were the perfect pair. I wish you two well. Feng Qingxue smiled gently. We will. Yi Futian smiled as well. I'm leaving. I don't want you two to miss me too much, so I'll hug you too. Okay. Feng Qingxue nodded. She walked forward and hugged Yi Futian. She leaned her head against his chest as if wanting to enjoy that feeling. For a moment her heart was besieged. Tears rolled down instantly. She pushed Yi Futian away and ran off with a tear-streaked face. So that was how it felt to hug him. Looking at Feng Qingxue's back, Yi Futian sighed inside. Qini rolled her eyes. She walked forward to hug him lightly and then separated. Senior, I'm leaving. Yi Futian smiled and turned confidently. Minister Zhua and the others were waiting in the distance. Seeing Yi Futian come, the girl beside Minister Zhua was unhappy. She said, This is someone with a girlfriend, shameless jerk. Minister Zhua felt awkward. This girl was full of resentment. Uncle Zhua, let's go, Yi Futian said when he got close. Minister Zhua nodded. The people climbed on their demons. Sensing something, Futian glanced at the girl. I'm attractive, but you don't have to keep staring at me, right? Shameless, the girl spat. Then she turned away. Futian was speechless. The demons leaped into the sky. The people of Qingzhou Academy watched them leave. Many of the big figures still had not calmed down. In the sky, Minister Zhou asked Futian from his demon, Futian, "What are your plans when you return to Donghai City? Will you keep studying at the academy? Would you like to go to Nandu's royal city? Are there many talented men in the royal city?" Futian asked. Of course, Minister Zhou answered. The best of Nandu go to the royal city, including the most talented from Donghai City. Really? Futian chuckled. Of course I will, but not now. Oh, I'm sure you have many things you still need to do in Donghai City. I won't pressure you, but next spring, something big will happen in Nandu Nation. You must come. Minister Zhou smiled. What big thing? Futian was confused. Do you know about Nandu Nation's history? Minister Zhou asked. I heard from my professor that Nandu was once ruled by the Nandu family, Futian answered. Then, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Yi ruled over the divine prefectures of the east. The powers of the world were reordered. Nandu was weak and walked down from the throne, replaced by the current king. Yes, the current royal family is named Luo. In order to remind themselves, they have not changed the name of the country. In addition, they hold a Tingfeng banquet every 10 years. Next year will be the next full decade. At this time, not only will the East Sea Prefecture come, people from all prefectures and cities of Nandu will come. The heroes will aggregate and meet each other. You can't miss it. If all the strong men of Nandu are there, why should I go? Futian asked. The stars of the banquet are your generation. The goal is to see the future of Nandu Nation. The outstanding figures of Donghai Academy would definitely be included. Minister Zhou answered. Oh, Futian nodded. He first thought of his professor's ailment. Since the Tingfeng banquet was important, if the king noticed and liked him, it would be easier to heal Hua Fenglu, right? Oh, Xiafan is the young master of the East Sea Prefecture. With his father there, I cannot deal with him directly. After returning, I must take care of some matters. To protect you from danger, I'll keep the decree of the minister with you. People will treat it as if I'm there. Minister Zhou gave Futian his badge and said, You still have to be careful about assassinations. Futian looked at the badge. He needed it, but he did not accept it. Uncle Zhou, he said. He was still suspicious. Was Minister Zhou treating him so well really because he helped block the blow from the snow ape? He had defeated the princess with one blow because he was brash, but instead of blaming him, the minister had made the princess apologize too. Take it. This is useless for me. Just don't do bad things under my name, Minister Zhou said jokingly. Okay. Futian nodded and took it. He would remember this gift. The badge was truly useful to him. Professor. The princess of Nandu looked at Futian with jealousy. Who was the minister's true disciple? The group advanced forward and finally reached Donghai City. Minister Zhou personally saw Futian to the academy. Futian, remember, don't miss out next spring. Your stage shouldn't be in Donghai City, Minister Zhou advised. Okay, Uncle Zhou. I'm going back now, Futian said. Minister Zhou nodded and watched as Futian entered Donghai Academy. Let's go back too, Minister Zhou said. But then a figure walked out. He said before Minister Zhou, Greetings, Minister Zhou. I am Nandu Ku. You are from the Nandu clan? Yes, Minister Zhou. I have waited here for many days. My clan leader wishes for your help. Nandu Ku bowed. After pondering, Minister Zhou nodded. Since Nandu is inviting me, I will go with you. After you, Minister. Nandu Ku said politely. The group once again set off and soon arrived at the Nandu clan's home. Hearing that Minister Zhou had arrived, the clan leader personally welcomed him to the courtyard. Other than the two, there was also a beautiful girl. It was Hua Jieyu. Minister Zhou. This is a descendant of the Nandu clan. Could you please tell me her fate and fortune? The clan leader asked. Not many knew that Minister Zhou was an astrologer, but he did. Okay. Minister Zhou nodded. Jieyu, please cooperate, the clan leader said. He had once asked Minister Zhou to calculate his but was rejected. Some things were better left unknown. However, Ministers Wu thought that Hua Jieyu was unimportant. Hua Jieyu looked at him. Since Ministers Wu was back safely, that guy should be back too. He had lied saying he would be back in 1 or 2 days. Ministers Wu walked to Hua Jieyu and cast his life chart. The light enveloped Hua Jieyu. After a count, Ministers Wu collected his life spirit. He was shocked. Staring at Hua Jieyu, he thought it was unbelievable. What kind of people were they? Why were their fates all so crazy? Chapter 73. When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Ministers Wu's face, he could not help but ask, "How is it, Ministers Wu?" When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Ministers Wu's face, he could not help but ask, "How is it, Ministers Wu? I have some questions. May I speak with her alone?" Ministers Wu asked. The Nanda clan leader nodded and left them alone. Ministers Wu looked at Hua Jieyu, a great beauty at the age of about 16-17. She would not lose by too much in comparison with the goddess-like girl from Mount Tianyao days ago. "Are you betrothed to anyone?" he asked her. Hua Jieyu froze, then shook her head. Ministers Wu was silent, seeming to be deep in thought, but then he saw Hua Jieyu looking at him intently. "Senior, the person you brought to the city of Qingzhou, is he back?" "Huh." Ministers Wu was confused. "The person he brought to the city of Qingzhou? From Donghai Academy," she explained. Ministers Wu stopped to think for a moment, and then his eyes brightened in realization. In his mind, he thought of the words a certain young man said, "I already have a girlfriend and she's more beautiful than you." He's already returned to the academy. Ministers Wu smiled and nodded. She smiled as well, feeling the worry in her heart disappear. "Brother Nandu," Ministers Wu called out. The Nanda clan leader returned upon being summoned and looked at the two people in the room in confusion. "Goodbye," Ministers Wu said to the clan leader. Then, he turned with his hands joined to salute Hua Jieyu. This was not a gesture to a junior, but a gesture of respect and honor. The Nanda clan leader was shocked and asked, "Ministers Wu, what does this mean?" Ministers Wu just laughed loudly, and with every step, he ascended in the sky. The head of the clan leader yelled out to him, "Ministers Wu, the fate of an empress, the mother of the world." Ministers Wu's stern voice traveled. The family head was frozen in place and watched Ministers Wu get further and further away. The fate of an empress. His mind was anything but calm. At that moment he thought of many things. Hua Jieyu was naturally gifted. That was why he had wanted Ministers Wu to tell her fortune. The clan leader wanted to know if she was going to be able to restore the Nanda clan's glory. But now it seemed like she was destined for a different path. The road to become an empress. Hua Jieyu was also shocked. She saw the family head looking at her, so she told him, "I don't believe in fate and I also don't want to become empress. I'm going back to the academy." When she finished, she turned and left. When Futian got back to Donghai Academy, he could feel something different in the atmosphere. Everyone was whispering and discussing amongst themselves. And once he stepped onto campus, this atmosphere became more obvious. "Futian is back," said the students of the School of the Finance Star. "He's finally back," said someone else. Many people seemed to have been anticipating Futian's return. They all looked so happy to see him. This type of treatment was something new to Futian. While he walked to his destination, people were greeting him. "Hey!" A beautiful girl called out to Futian from the building of the finance school above. Futian turned his attention to the graceful girl. He knew her. She had made a lasting impression on him. After all, she was the first female to tell him that he wasn't a man. It was going to be difficult to forget someone like her. "I have a name." Futian smiled. She just stared at him and asked, "What level are you now?" "5-starred glory plane." "You're not trying to fight me again, are you?" Futian was feeling uncertain. Were all girls crazy about fighting? One just left, now there was another. "I won't fight you. The ones you have to fight are the people of the Emperor Star School and the Treasury Star School," the girl said. Futian looked confused. More people came up to them. "What happened?" Futian asked. He had just returned and the atmosphere at the academy felt strange. "Junior brother Futian, the Finance Star School hasn't been doing too hot as of late," said a young man. "Why is that?" asked Futian. Recently, the students of those two schools have been very arrogant. From time to time, they'll pick fights with the students of other schools, and our school is the most pitiful because they seem to be picking on us in particular, the young man explained. The students of the School of the Emperor's Star and the School of the Treasury Star are stronger to begin with, so naturally the students of our school can't compete with them, said someone else. Yi Futian had gotten famous around Donghai Academy for fighting, so everyone from the Finance Star School was excited for him to be back. Yi Futian frowned. Both of those schools had previously paid a visit to Yixiang to congratulate him on taking on a disciple. Now they were joining hands to torment the School of the Finance Star. There was definitely a secret involved in all of this. What did the two elders of those schools talk about with Yixiang that day? Yi Futian remembered that Yixiang came to reprimand him that day after their little chat. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Based on how things were going now, something definitely happened that day. Where's Yusheng? Yi Futian knew with Yusheng's bad temper, he would not have just stood by and watched all of this happen. It gets me angry just talking about what happened, someone spoke. Because of this situation, junior brother Yusheng went to block off the entrance of the School of the Treasury Star. He beat up a ton of people, but those shameless jerks had two 8-starred glory plane cultivators gang up on him. One of those guys is the second strongest glory plane cultivator in their whole school. As a 5-starred glory plane cultivator, junior brother Yusheng battled to his best ability, but was defeated in the end. Yi Futian had a fairly good understanding of Yusheng's powers. The 3-level difference should not have been a problem, but his opponents were from the Treasury Star School. One of them was even known as the second strongest glory plane cultivator, so they were probably also naturally gifted to begin with. Yusheng was still not able to release his life spirit and show his true potential, so if they ganged up on him, it was understandable that he was defeated. Okay, I got it, said Yi Futian. He then began to walk back to his dorm. In the courtyard, Yi Futian could see Yusheng. He was topless, showing off his copper-toned skin, while Yi Qingxian was applying medication to his wounds. You guys have already progressed to this stage while I was gone? Yi Futian blinked his eyes in disbelief and approached the two. Yi Qingxian blushed and glared at Yi Futian. Stop joking around. Good going, Yusheng. You got the nerve to go pick a fight at the School of the Treasury Star as a 5-starred glory plane cultivator? Why don't you go fight every student? You feel good about yourself? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. How are your injuries? Nothing too bad. I'll be better in a couple of days. It's Yi Qingxian who insisted on applying medication, said Yusheng, holding back a smile. Doesn't this kind of treatment make you want to go get hurt again? Yi Futian laughed. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at his comment. If you want to get hurt, then go alone. You're so protective of him already. Yi Futian was speechless. Then he asked her, Yi Qingxian, what the hell is going on with the schools of the Emperor Star and Treasury Star? She turned serious at his question. I heard from father that they're getting greedier for power, and want to change the way the 7 schools are run at Donghai Academy. How do they plan on doing that? He squinted his eyes in confusion. They want to be the top powers of Donghai Academy, and for the 7 schools to be joined together, said Yi Qingxian. So that's why they're sending their students out to pick fights? Asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I think it's their way of making their wishes clear to the academy, nodded Yi Qingxian. Their 2 schools have always been the strongest of the 7, and so most of the best students are gathered in those schools. Right now, there aren't many students from the other schools who can defeat them. Yi Futian nodded his head and turned to leave. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Asked Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had just returned. Where could he be off to again? I'm being a third wheel here, don't want to disturb your time together, said Yi Futian. He waved and continued. I'm going to go see my girlfriend. Yi Qingxian laughed. This guy was always joking around. Yi Futian headed to the School of the Emperor Star. When he left, he told Hua Jieyu that he would be back soon, but now it had already been a couple of months. She must be worried sick. He walked up all the stairs to reach the School of the Emperor Star all the way at the top. The students there began to discuss amongst each other as soon as they saw Yi Futian at their school. What was he doing here now after leaving with Minister Zhou months ago? Someone asked. I don't know. His powers are really strong. He was even able to defeat the disciple of Minister Zhou. But he still can't compare to our school's genius, Zhou Mu. I heard Zhou Mu has already gotten to the 6-starred glory plane. If Yi Futian and Zhou Mu met, then Yi Futian would be done for, someone remarked. Yi Futian ignored all these comments. He was going to get revenge on the two schools later. Right now, his priority was to go see Hua Jieyu. He continued on his way up, and what was weird was, he actually ran into Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu looked at Yi Futian coldly. Next to him was another young man. Yi Futian, it seems like you've come to a place you have no business being in, said Zhou Mu in a cold demeanor. I'm here to see the Grandmaster. Yi Futian smiled in return. So what? The school of the Emperor Star is not a place that you can come and go as you please, Zhou Mu sneered. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Mu. He did not want to waste his breath with him. Yi Futian tried to walk past him, but the young man standing next to Zhou Mu shifted to the side to prevent Yi Futian from moving forward. The young man laughed. I've heard many good things about you, junior brother Yi Futian, but I never imagined you to be so rude. Yi Futian stared at him and was on his way again. His clothes blew in the wind, his aura domineering. The young man smiled weakly, and the look in his eyes made a drastic change. The next moment, Yi Futian felt like he could not control his own spirit and was in pain. He stood in place and lifted his head. He stared at the young man next to Zhou Mu. Emperor Star disciple Zhuo Qing. The young man introduced himself. Although junior brother Yi Futian's natural gifts are impressive, you should know that not everyone in Donghai Academy is like Jingyang. I'm sure you've had a taste of junior brother Zhou Mu's powers at the Luo Palace. There are multiple students like Zhou Mu at the Emperor Star School, so if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage. Zhou Mu spoke with pride, and he had the right to be. As a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, he was the most powerful person of the glory plane in the whole Emperor Star School. Some people even call him the #1 sorcerer of Donghai Academy. His natural gifts were unbeatable. You're right, Yi Futian said with a smile. As he turned to leave, he spoke again. I hope the students of the school of the Emperor Star are truly as powerful as you said. Yi Futian was in such a rush to get to the school because he was afraid Hua Jieyu was worried about him. But since he was stopped on the way, then he could only use a different way to let her know he was back. Chapter 74. When Yi Futian returned to the school of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. When Yi Futian returned to the school of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. Didn't you go to see your girlfriend? Why are you back? Yi Qingxian asked with a smile. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. It was too shameful to say. Qingxian, how is Zhuo Qing's skill? He asked. You met Zhuo Qing? Yi Qingshuan's pretty eyes went blank. Seeing Yi Futian's gloominess, she guessed what happened. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He's personally taught by the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, Yi Qingxian answered. He's heavily valued and is already at the 9-star glory plane. He's known as #1 of Donghai Academy's Dharma. His main abilities? Yi Futian asked. He's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer with a strange life spirit. He has an eerie ability too. He can use the spirit element to control others. He's also good at the wood element and is extremely dangerous, Yi Qingxian said. A controlling mandate sorcerer. No wonder. Something flickered past Yi Futian's expression. According to Yi Qingxian, the other was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer specializing in attack and control. Wood elemental sorcery was also known for being strong and controlling. With these two together, he could totally take control of someone. There should be some powerful figures in the glory plane if the school of the Finance Star specializes in battle, right? Yi Futian asked. Yi Qingxian looked at him and said, there are naturally those with extraordinary talents. There is a 9-star glory plane mandate sorcerer specializing in both martial arts and sorcery, but it is still hard to defeat Zhuo Qing. There's a reason why he is #1 of the Dharma rank. I understand, Qingxian. Help me spread news that, Yi Futian smiled and said, even if I lost last time at the Luo Palace, I've had a breakthrough in my planes. I will challenge Zhou Mu again tomorrow to continue the battle between my master, the Qin Devil, and the Art Saint. I hope the students of Donghai Academy will come witness it. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian was confused. She asked, didn't you say you didn't lose last time? Since they're saying I lost, then just play along. Yi Futian smiled confidently. Yi Qingxian seemed to understand something. She glanced at the boy. You're so mean. Zhou Mu's reputation would be destroyed if he was defeated yesterday. Yushang, Yi Futian called. The other glanced at him. How's your injury? Can you still fight? He asked. Yushang grinned. No problem. Yi Qingxian looked at them with sparkling eyes. She wondered what Yi Futian was planning. I'll go now, she said. Soon, the School of the Finance Star released news that Yi Futian would challenge Zhou Mu again tomorrow, and invited everyone to watch. This time, Yi Futian said he would continue the past battle between the Qin Devil and Art Saint. It was clear that Yi Futian was extremely confident this time. The location was before the School of the Emperor Star. Zhou Mu's plane was higher than Yi Futian, and this time was to continue an old battle. The reputations of their masters were involved too. It was impossible for Zhou Mu to turn him down. Donghai Academy was bustling. The news naturally traveled to the School of the Emperor Star. This time everyone paid attention to the battle. Even the big figures were paying attention in the background. The next morning, sunlight fell onto Donghai Academy. The buildings were majestic under the glow. The School of the Emperor Star seemed like the strongest of Donghai Academy, and dominated the other 6 schools. With this background, it naturally seemed more imposing. Today, many people gathered before it early in the morning. They were waiting for news and anticipating something. Many years ago, 2 legendary figures appeared from the School of the Emperor Star. They were the summoning artist, Art Saint, and Guqin musician, the Qin Devil. The 2 were rare geniuses who fell for the same woman. The Qin Devil won the girl's heart but had his natal spirit destroyed and was forced away from the city. Many years later, their disciples were both cultivating in Donghai Academy. The disciple of the Art Saint who had won was still studying in the School of the Emperor Star, and was cultivating with the headmaster. On the other hand, the Qin Devil's disciple was cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. As if this was destined, the Qin Devil's disciple challenged the Art Saint's disciple in his master's name. He seemed to want to reverse the past humiliation. However, Yi Futian had apparently already lost months ago at the Luo Palace. There was word that he had improved now, but Zhou Mu had improved as well. Where did Yi Futian's confidence come from? Finally, someone strolled down from the School of the Finance Star. These days, the Finance Star students had been targeted by the Emperor Star and Treasury Star but could not fight back. Now Yi Futian had returned and challenged Zhou Mu. The Finance Star students naturally had to come support him. They began waiting since the morning. When they saw Yi Futian come down, they went to him, creating a powerful group. Yi Futian walked in the front. He wore all white and carried a guqin. He was easy on the eyes. Tang Wan had been keeping an eye on this battle. Seeing Yi Futian come out like this, she was speechless. This guy. Challenges happened occasionally in the academy, but the attention on this duel between 2 Glory Plane disciples was unprecedented. Tang Wan was impressed. But if the Qin Devil knew about this, he would definitely want to come watch. The spectators followed the group and even passers-by joined in. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. The commotion was shocking. People who didn't know about it thought that it was a fight between all 7 schools. Finally, the giant group arrived at the School of the Emperor Star. There was a similar crowd there waiting. Many of them looked at Yi Futian coldly. Someone said a few months ago Zhou Mu defeated him. Today Zhou Mu can defeat him a second time. Let's see how he'll handle it after making such a commotion. The other students were all discussing this. Did Zhou Mu have the advantage, or did Yi Futian have a better grasp on the battle? Yi Futian sat down before the school and placed his guqin before him. Soon there was a graceful melody. Yi Futian was playing without regard to anyone else. In the pavilion, many big figures looked down coldly at the giant crowd. Yi Futian was just here to stir trouble. At this time a group walked down from the school. Zhou Mu was one of them. His eyes were frigid. He approached Yi Futian step by step. The music stopped suddenly. Yi Futian looked up with clear and clean eyes at Zhou Mu. He smiled and said, I am Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin Devil, 5-star glory plane. Yi Futian was fighting under the name of the Qin Devil's disciple. He had a guqin before him. The location was where the Qin Devil had once studied at. The significance went without saying. He was fighting for his professor. Zhoumu, disciple of the art saint, 6-star glory plane. Zhoumu replied coldly. Please, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Lowering his head, he thrummed the instrument strings. Music notes sounded. The strings and hearts all trembled. Since this was a fight for his professor, he would use musical spells. This piece is the decree of the general. As soon as he finished, notes streamed out of the instrument endlessly. At this moment, a beautiful image appeared in everyone's minds. They seemed to have been transported to a battlefield. The war drums shook the sky as the soldiers went to war. Spiritual chi grouped around Zhoumu. He used his finger as a brush to paint in the air. An invisible sound wave descended. It hit Zhoumu in the front and knocked his painting down. At the same time, the sound wave pierced into his brain. His mind shook. Yi Futian's music spells were able to affect him now. Compared to last time, Yi Futian's skills seemed to have increased greatly. Zhoumu's expression grew more serious. The spiritual chi grew more terrifying. He reached out and began multitasking. Both hands painted at the same time. He created a sword with a single stroke. It whistled through the air toward Yi Futian. However, an invisible strength gathered around Yi Futian now. The music notes transformed into a beating war drum. It was powerful like thousands of galloping horses. The sword flew here and shattered. Zhoumu endlessly created swords that flew crazily to where Yi Futian was sitting. However, as soon as they got close, they would turn to dust. The area had turned into a battlefield. Yi Futian was like the general commanding the entire army. As the music intensified, a shocking music note storm gathered around Yi Futian. They did not dissipate and had a terrifying power. Swords whistled and clanged. Endless swords flew toward Yi Futian. However, the people only heard the war drums shaking the earth. The ground quaked and shattered the swords. Such terrifying musical spells. I don't know if Zhoumu's demons will be able to resist it if Yi Futian keeps playing, someone said. The spectators could feel that Yi Futian's music notes were still gathering and strengthening. He seemed to be gathering a military with thousands of soldiers and horses. They would shatter everything with the general's decree. Finally, Zhoumu finished. He had drawn a golden ape made completely out of gold. It ran toward Yi Futian. The earth shook with its steps. What a strong summoned beast. Yi Futian had given Zhoumu time for him to wildly use his spiritual chi to draw. The spectators were nervous. The golden ape stepped into the storm around Yi Futian. There were giant booms. At that moment in the battlefield made of music notes, the war drums shattered everything. Thousands of horses galloped out. Everything in the path of the music storm turned to dust. The golden ape cracked endlessly, but just like last time, it still kept going toward Yi Futian. The ending, though, was different this time. Yi Futian kept playing. The endless power rolled past. With a boom, the golden ape's body was pulverized, turning into spiritual chi. Zhoumu's expression changed drastically. His life spirit appeared behind him as he continued drawing. You really think you won last time? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. His fingers moved gracefully and he stood up. The moment he strummed the strings, the boundless music storm destroyed everything as if following the general's decree. It arrived before Zhoumu, making it impossible for him to keep painting. Chapter 75. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. Zhoumu, who was in the midst of drawing, lifted his head to see the storm created by the music dawning upon him. His life spirit roared and a wave of spiritual energy was released, but it was no use. The storm descended and destroyed everything in its path. His drawing was completely absorbed into the eye of the storm, and the spiritual chi in the atmosphere was flowing wildly. Then the storm washed over Zhoumu, which caused him extreme pain. It was as if he was a lone soldier fighting against thousands. He spat fresh blood as his whole being was thrown back and made a harsh landing on the ground. Everything happened extremely quickly. Yi Futian stood up as if he was confident that the battle was already over. Only then did people break free of their dazed state and look at Yi Futian. The handsome young man stood there, his clothes blowing in the wind. The quiet, elegant young man playing the guqin just a moment ago was now unrestrained and ready to show his true potentials. The battle between the successors of the guqin devil and the art saint had come to an end. All those years ago, the art saint disabled the guqin devil's powers. Now, his disciple was crushed by the powers of the guqin devil's disciple. This was not a battle between equals, as the people had previously expected. What's more, Yi Futian was at a lower level than Zhou Mu. To be able to do so, Yi Futian has surpassed so many limitations placed upon him. And also, what was the meaning behind his previous utterance? Among the rumors spread in Donghai Academy, there was one that claimed after acting extremely arrogant at the Luo Palace, the guqin devil's disciple Yi Futian was defeated by the art saint's disciple Zhou Mu. This rumor was the hottest talk in town at one point. If Yi Futian had come out to try to explain at an earlier time, probably no one would have believed him, but after seeing the results of this battle, it was hard not to question its validity. This was just like the rumors regarding Hua Jieyu months ago. Zhou Mu's face was as pale as a ghost. After getting himself together, he stood up. He looked at Yi Futian with an icy glare before saying, "It's just one loss. This doesn't determine anything. You can't reject the results of the previous battle just because of the results of today's battle." Everyone was looking at Zhou Mu. It was evident that he did not want to admit defeat. How laughable, Yi Futian mocked him. "After the rumors, you really thought that you were victorious over me at the Luo Palace? Did you know that an elder specializing in spiritual energy attacked me from the shadows just when I was about to finish you off? It was only because of this that you were not humiliated by me right then and there." The crowd became rowdy upon hearing Yi Futian's claim. An elder attacked Yi Futian at the Luo Palace and led to Zhou Mu's victory? That was a low blow. Rumors said that day the art saint, Lord Luo, and the vice-headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star were all present. If what Yi Futian said was true, then wouldn't that make these elders the three main suspects? If it were true, Yi Futian would have had no choice but to forfeit and leave. "You're lying." Zhou Mu did not look too good after hearing what Yi Futian had to say. He refused to believe this. Preposterous. Just then a voice sounded from behind. It was the very elder from that day at the Luo Palace. He was vice-headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor's Star School. "Yi Futian, even though you were victorious today, you have slandered your elders with utter disrespect," said Han Mo. Yi Futian lifted his head toward Han Mo. This old geezer was finally revealing his true colors. "Of course, I knew that it could not possibly have been you who attacked me, but just because you won't doesn't mean others won't. How can this be considered slander?" Yi Futian said, holding back a smile. The bystanders' expressions all changed. There must have been a deeper meaning behind what Yi Futian said. Han Mo shot daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. Yi Futian returned a calm gaze. Yi Futian was very unhappy with the school of the Emperor's Star right now. He felt that this school was fake, hypocritical, overbearing, and cold. From allowing Mu Yunxian to spread fake rumors regarding Hua Jieyu, to not allowing Yi Futian to enter the Emperor's Star School. From siding with the art saint years ago in order to develop a beneficial alliance through marriage, leading to the demise of Hua Fenglu, to wanting to control all of Donghai Academy, which led to Yu Shang being hurt. Although Yi Futian did not say anything, a burning rage started to grow in his heart. He was going to let it all go today. Now, he stood in front of the school of the Emperor's Star, challenged Zhou Mu, and played the decree of the general. All of this was to express his anger. Lord Luo and the art saint are both honorable seniors, and everyone there that day was of high social status. Would it even make sense for them to make a sneak attack on a junior like you? Asked Han Mo mockingly. There were many people present at the time, so I cannot pinpoint the exact identity of the culprit. However, it was possible for 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the Treasury Star School to gang up on a 5-starred glory plane cultivator from the Finance Star School. So a sneak attack from respected elders is definitely possible, isn't it? This guide, stated a bystander. Everyone was looking at Yi Futian. By dragging the school of the Treasury Star into the conversation, Yi Futian was really trying to pick a fight. It was a student of your school who came to instigate the fight. Our students were simply giving him a well-deserved lesson. There's nothing strange about that, said Han Mo. You, on the other hand, have slandered your elders. If you do not give me a proper explanation, You won't be able to get off the hook that easily. Since when have my students needed to report anything to you? A voice came from within the crowd. Pushing through, Yixiang looked at Hanemo and said, Hanemo, you're the vice headmaster of the Emperor Star School, and you're here reprimanding a student from the School of the Finance Star? Now that's impressive. The arrival of Hanemo and Yixiang frightened bystanders. It seemed that things had gotten out of hand. Headmaster Yixiang, did you not hear your student slandering his elders? Asked Hanemo. He did not seem to be afraid of Yixiang at all. Is this true? Yixiang asked Futian. Futian smiled and said, it would be easy to determine whether it is slander or not. During that fight between Zhou and I was defeated by a conjured beast. Even though I was at a bit of a disadvantage, we can try again today. He looked at Zhou. Although I have made quite a bit of improvement over the past couple of months, I'm still going to draw up some conjured beasts. I won't release my life spirit and will use pure martial arts tactics. If I can't defeat you with one stack, then you can consider my words slander. He's so crazy. Everyone was watching Futian. He was going to give Zhou to conjure the strongest beasts, only use martial arts tactics, and try to defeat Zhou with one attack. Futian was beyond crazy. If Zhou lost despite all this, he wouldn't be able to show his face around Donghai Academy, especially since Zhou never denied the rumors of him defeating Futian. People took his silence as agreement. Do you have any opinions about this? Yixiang asked Hanemo. Hanmo's expression was dark. Futian has already elevated the situation to this level. He couldn't say much about it. Hanemo looked towards Zhou. Zhou's expression was even darker. Everything Futian had said was an insult to him. Fine. Zhou took a step forward until he was directly facing Futian. He released his life spirit and began to draw. Qingxian went up to collect Futian's guqin. Futian silently watched as Zhou drew. Seeing how calm Futian was, it was hard to imagine exactly where he got his confidence from. He was so confident that he was going to fight with just martial arts and was going to let Zhou draw freely. Spiritual qi gathered at the tip of Zhou's pen. Right now, he looked so serious as he focused all his attention on his work. Gradually, it became clear to the people that Zhou was drawing an extremely lifelike golden dragon. It looked like it was about to fly into the skies at any moment. The giant golden dragon contained a frightening amount of spiritual qi. Zhou even drew out the detailed scales of the dragon. It was so lifelike and seemed to be so powerful. Onlookers began to worry for Futian. Was he really going to be able to withstand Zhou's attacks by using only martial arts? Zhou ignored everything around him and focused on his drawing. He perfected every little detail. As the disciple of the art saint, his natural gift was not a question. It was only because his opponent was Futian that he seemed weak. Finally, Zhou added his last stroke. An enormous golden dragon revolved around his body. The light from Zhou's life spirit doubled as a force field around the dragon. This made the dragon look even more menacing. It stared at Futian. So powerful. Everyone was looking at the dragon and just one look was enough to give them a fright. Futian looked calm as ever and reached out his hand. A golden orb of spiritual qi gathered in the palm of his hand. Slowly, the spiritual qi formed into a large golden rod. This was not considered sorcery. It was forming weapons from spiritual qi, and belonged to the martial arts category. As soon as Futian gripped the rod, a force of powerful rushed from his body. His intent of battle was shocking. An invisible force of power gathered in his body, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere around Futian was now a little different. He was insufferably arrogant like a young war god. Zhou made his move. He took steps forward and as if a part of his body, the giant golden dragon moved with him. A loud roar from Zhou, and the mystical dragon was sent charging at Futian. Boom! Futian also stepped forward. The ground vibrated under his feet. A frightening force gathered in his body. Die! Yelled Zhou in rage. The dragon was headed toward Futian. Futian waved the golden rod in his hand around. The spiritual energy became one with nature, and was aimed for the golden dragon. The first attack of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. The golden rod smashed down on the head of the golden dragon. Functioning like the sharpest weapon on earth, The rod cut the body of the dragon in half. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the people in the audience. The young war god was powerful as always and was going to destroy everything in his path. Even if it were a real dragon, he was going to split it in half. Boom! The giant dragon exploded and the golden rod disappeared along with it. However, Yi Futian's hand was now wrapped around Zhou Mu's neck, lifting him off the ground. At this moment, Zhou Mu had a helpless expression on his face. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly and looked Zhou Mu in the eyes. "How did you defeat me last time?" Zhou Mu did not reply because he couldn't reply. Yi Futian turned to face Han Mo peacefully. He said, "This is the extent of the Emperor Star School's genius. From this day on, there will be no more battles of the Qin Devil and the Art Saint's successor because he, Zhou Mu, is not worthy." Finishing what he had to say, Yi Futian swung his arms and tossed Zhou Mu in the direction of the School of the Emperor Star. Chapter 76. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the School of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the School of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. The results could not be described using winner and loser. They were not even at the same level with Zhou Mu at a higher plane. Any battles in the future would be meaningless. Of course, this did not mean that Zhou Mu was not powerful. Yi Futian was just abnormal. At the top of the pavilion, a beautiful figure stood quietly. There was a smile in her eyes and it was breathtaking. If her father saw this, he must be very proud. However, the others' expressions were uncomfortable and even somber. Yi Futian had said that the School of the Emperor Star's prodigy was nothing much. The prodigy that cultivated with the headmaster of the school had been squashed. Yi Futian looked up to Han Mo and said, "Senior, you witnessed the battle at the Luo Palace. Do you still think Zhou Mu has the ability to defeat me?" Han Mo looked at Yi Futian. There was a cold glint in his sharp eyes. This guy doesn't leave any dignity for others, the spectators thought. He had used his powerful talent to prove that someone had attacked him secretly at the Luo Palace. Han Mo, who had accused Yi Futian of slander, now looked awkward. Some people were even wondering if this event had something to do with Han Mo. "Perhaps you had purposely hidden your true ability that day," someone said in the group of Emperor Star students. It was Zhuo Qing, the one Yi Futian had met yesterday. He had stopped Yi Futian from going to find Hua Jieyu at the school, thus resulting in this battle. "Yes, perhaps I was too lowly and purposely hid my true ability, and then spread rumors that I am not as good as Zhou Mu so I could slander him," Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone became speechless. This guy was good at sarcasm. "Junior Yi, you are acting so arrogantly before the School of the Emperor Star and even insulted my school. What do you want?" Zhuo Qing glared at Yi Futian with burning eyes. Looking at him, Yi Futian smiled brightly. He said, "According to the news, disciples of the Emperor Star and Treasury Star are constantly challenging the disciples of the School of the Finance Star recently. As a member of Finance Star, I, Yi Futian, wish to see how impressive the talents of the other two schools are." With that, the area fell silent. Yi Futian did not come today only to defeat Zhou Mu. After clearing the Qin Devil's reputation, he declared that he wanted to challenge the two strongest schools of Donghai Academy. He would block the door and challenge them. First, Yu Shang had blocked the gate of the School of the Treasury Star. Now Yi Futian would make camp outside the Emperor Star. He was mad. Han Mo's expression darkened and he sneered. He could not believe someone would do this to the Emperor Star. He asked coldly, "How would you like to challenge us?" "Yu Shang," Yi Futian called. Yu Shang was prepared. He strode out and was beside Yi Futian quickly. When the two stood side by side, the others of Donghai Academy finally realized just how outstanding these two youths were. They had just entered this year and made a name for themselves through battles. I heard that a few days ago, 2 8-star glory planes from the school of the Treasury Star had teamed up to defeat my brother. So powerful, huh? Is there no one good enough to come out from the Treasury Star? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He dragged the Treasury Star in. He needed to take revenge for Yusheng. Since he wanted to challenge us, he should have been prepared. Is he a sore loser? A powerful student from Treasury Star replied coldly after hearing the question. Yi Futian glanced at the other and smirked. If that's the case, I'd like to witness the power of the 8-star glory plane prodigies. We are 5-star glory planes. I'm sure the Treasury Star won't reject our request, right? Yi Futian and Yusheng were both at the 5-star glory plane. Those who had defeated Yusheng were at the 8-star glory plane. They had no excuse to reject Yi Futian. 2 figures walked out of the Treasury Star crowd. They had just come to watch and did not expect to be involved by Yi Futian. Since this was the case, they could only humor Yi Futian. Leng Qiufeng from the Treasury Star. Jiang Kuan from the Treasure Star. The two stood quietly and calmly. They were both at the 8-star glory plane. Leng Qiufeng was also a mandate sorcery and extremely powerful. Yusheng and Yi Futian were powerful, but they were at a much lower plane. The two from the Treasury Star were confident that if they worked together, they would definitely win. I hope you will be satisfied with the loss this time. Leng Qiufeng smiled as if mocking Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, Leng Qiufeng stood behind Jiang Kuan. A terrible wind appeared on him. Not only did it descend onto his body, it also fell onto Jiang Kuan. Then Leng Qiufeng shot into the sky. Jiang Kuan was still on the ground, shrouded in wind. Seeing this, Yi Futian realized that Yusheng's defeat was understandable. Yusheng had not entered the Dharma rank yet and could not fly. Yusheng, I'll support while you take revenge yourself, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yusheng nodded and stood before Yi Futian. Strong wind spirit gathered around Yusheng, wrapping around him. A dark gold armor appeared, covering his entire body. This was the strength of his element. The wind element was Yi Futian's. Aggressive power burst from Yusheng. He stepped forward to Jiang Kuan over the shaking ground. Yi Futian followed closely. Beautiful golden wings appeared. Wish wish. The scary windstorm transformed into circular blades. They sliced down from Leng Qiufeng, whistling through the air. Boom! Yusheng's footsteps thudded on the ground. He was filled with endless power. He punched and a gold fist broke through the air, shattering the flying circular blades. At the same time, a terrifying thunderstorm burst from Jiang Kuan at the front. The shadow of a thunderbolt appeared on his body. It transformed into a humanoid shape. The brewing thunderbolt was full of pressure. Feeling the pressure of the spell, Yi Futian contacted with the metal element spirit, adding another layer of armor on Yusheng. The next moment, the thunderbolt's shadow descended. It fell onto Yusheng with destructive power. The thunder spell was able to slice someone apart with the thunderbolt's power. When the spell descended, Yusheng's armor was torn apart. Then it attacked Yusheng's dark gold body. Electricity ran through his body. His powerful muscles trembled, but his steps did not falter. In the air, Leng Qiufeng scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Kuan was wrapped in the wind spell and flew up too. Yusheng! Yi Futian called. The two worked together with tacit agreement. Yusheng jumped and sprang into the air. The powerful momentum was paired with Yi Futian's wind spell, helping him rush toward Jiang Kuan like the wind. What a joke! Leng Qiufeng looked disdainful. With his supportive control, Yusheng would be unable to touch Jiang Kuan. Even if he was extremely strong, he would not be able to use his skills. Yi Futian was spiraling up as his wings flapped. At this moment, the wings began glowing green and flapped crazily in the air. With a sound like a waterfall, Jiang Kuan suddenly stopped in the air. He was stunned. Looking down, he saw vines on his body. Starting at his legs, they wrapped around him. It's the wood element. The spectators below were shaken. Since when was Yi Futian good at this? Leng Qiufeng's expression changed as well. This sudden change had interrupted his rhythm. He wanted to react but saw that Yusheng had already arrived and sent a fist at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan was not a wind elemental sorcerer, and was not good at flying. He needed Leng Qiufeng's control. How could he dodge this blow? There was a thud and one could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. Yusheng was so strong that Jiang Kuan spat out blood. Yi Futian used the vines to drag Jiang Kuan back. He dropped to the ground and flung the vines. Jiang Kuan smashed onto the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. He shook uncontrollably. The people of Treasury Star looked at this with dark faces. They were so embarrassed, so violent many people thought. Yi Futian was helping Yusheng vent his anger. The two 8-star glory planes had worked together to beat Yusheng. Yi Futian was obviously pissed. Leng Qiufeng was stunned by this scene. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yusheng on the ground, his eyes turning frigid. He had never expected that Yi Futian would be a wood elemental sorcerer who specialized in control. An 8-star glory plane talent of the school of the Treasury Star? Yi Futian mocked. Then he tossed Jiang Kuan into the direction of his school's crowd without looking. Instead, he looked up into the air and said coldly, "There's another one." Boom! Chaotic power burst from Leng Qiufeng's body. A shadow appeared behind him. It was an extremely burly demon lion. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from stone. This was Leng Qiufeng's life spirit, the stone lion. It contained Leng Qiufeng's strong earth elemental talent. It also provided him with terrible strength. Therefore, he also cultivated with martial arts. Other than that, he also had the wind elemental talent. Thus, Leng Qiufeng was a wind and earth bi-elemental mandate sorcerer and martial artist. You will pay for this. Leng Qiufeng looked down at the two. The earth element spirit gathered around him, covering his body with stone armor. A stone spear appeared in his hands. He's a lot stronger than Jiang Kuan, Yusheng said quietly. The ending will be the same, Yi Futian uttered. The rock life spirit appeared behind him. The golden feathers had become so brilliant. Chapter 77 Even the Score. Chapter 77 Even the Score. Leng Qiufeng glared at the arrogant Yi Futian. Then wind and earth bi-elemental spiritual qi gathered in front of him. A row of stone-tipped spears appeared, encapsulating the power of the wind. Attack! Leng Qiufeng commanded the spears. In a split second, the sorceries of wind and earth joined together within the spears and charged towards Yi Futian and Yusheng. Yusheng stood in front of Yi Futian, radiating a dim golden light. With a loud roar, Yusheng threw out his fists, and in the blink of an eye, the spears were destroyed. Go, said Yi Futian from behind. The sorcery of wind descended upon Yusheng and he raced forward. With a single step on the solid ground, his body was launched into the air at the speed of light. In the same moment, because of the aid from Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yusheng was able to ascend even higher into the sky and charged at Leng Qiufeng with full force. The shadows of 1,000 fists approached Leng Qiufeng, ready to destroy everything in its way. This power! Everyone was speechless. A person's gift was truly dependent on fate. If Yusheng specialized in wind sorcery, he would never have lost against his two opponents the last time. Yi Xiang was very pleased to see Yusheng attack with the battle tactics he had learned. Yusheng seemed to be innately suitable for cultivation in all sorts of explosive tactics. Protection of rock, said Leng Qiufeng. A large boulder appeared in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defense spell. However, after a loud explosion, the boulder was in pieces and Yusheng appeared in the air above him. However, Leng Qiufeng did not retreat. Even though Yusheng was like a monster, Leng Qiufeng was still of a higher level than him. Plus, Leng Qiufeng's life spirit was able to give him immense power. The image of a large stone lion overlapped on top of Leng Qiufeng's figure. The spear in his hand shot towards Yusheng. Around the tip of the spear, collected both wind and earth spiritual qi. The shadows of the 1,000 fists turned into stone and dissipated into ashes upon meeting with the tip of the spear. Yusheng descended with the force of a war god. His body emanated a forceful aura. Golden thorns appeared on his arms and his fist was thrown out to meet the spear. However, before the two could even meet, Yusheng's arms froze. Then, the stone that had just formed on his arms were absorbed by the golden thorns. His body had turned into a sort of fearsome black hole. Finally, as everyone watched in shock, Yusheng's fist finally met with the stone-tipped spear. His fist was seemingly even more powerful and stronger than the weapon. Boom! After the loud commotion, Yu Shang, who was previously protected by the shadows of 1,000 fists, was now defenseless and bleeding. Though Leng Qiufeng's spear was now destroyed as well, both of the young men fell back in mid-air. Yu Shang's arms shook. Leng Qiufeng was not doing too well either. The force of the 1,000 fists transmitted through the spear onto his arms, which were now numb. Just then Leng Qiufeng felt something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of gold. The audience on the ground watched wide-eyed. They saw a figure appear behind Leng Qiufeng. Vines appeared, blocking off Leng Qiufeng's exit. Then they began to wrap around his body rapidly. Would sorcery, the lock of 1,000 vines? How could a 5-starred glory plane cultivator create such a fearsome effect? Onlookers watched as the vines appeared endlessly like frightening tentacles. Leng Qiufeng was then swept up in hurricane winds and brought higher into the sky. The powerful wind sorcery cut straight through the vines like a sharp blade. A sharp sound was emitted, and the jade-green vines now shone with a dim golden light. This made the vines stronger than before, but it was still no match for Leng Qiufeng's wind sorcery. Many of the vines were cut through with ease. However, the relentless vines were endless and continued to creep up Leng Qiufeng's body, wrapping him up tightly. Again, with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yu Shang was carried up to where Leng Qiufeng was. Leng Qiufeng's expression changed and let out a scream. He struggled to get out of the vines. Yu Shang threw his fist at Leng Qiufeng. The sloppy defense Leng Qiufeng put up was broken easily, and the punch landed on his chest. The vines disappeared. Yu Shang now had Leng Qiufeng in his grasp. The two of them began to descend from the skies. Yu Shang ruthlessly threw Leng Qiufeng into the ground. Another loud noise erupted, and the surface of the ground split open. Leng Qiufeng laid there, twitching, becoming one with the dirt on the ground. Yi Futian landed on the ground softly and stared at Leng Qiufeng coldly. To him, Yi Futian asked, "Does it feel good fighting 2-on-1? Last time at the School of the Treasury Star, Yu Shang was defeated by Leng Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. Just now, Yi Futian and Yu Shang joined hands to hand Leng Qiufeng a brutal defeat. Of course, Jiang Kuan had already been defeated prior to this. 2 5-starred glory plane cultivators challenged 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the School of the Treasury Star and came out victorious. 2 monsters, the people commented about Yu Shang and Yi Futian. They shook in their shoes. The strength Yu Shang possessed was inhuman. A lot of people had disagreed when others claimed Yu Shang may be the most gifted martial arts student in all of Donghai Academy. But after the previous battle at the Treasury Star School and today's battle, there would not be a single person who could deny this fact any longer. Who else would possess of such explosive powers? It was not a question as to why Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star, who specialized in combat, chose Yu Shang to be his discipline. Yi Futian was equally as monstrous. A bi-elemental mandate sorcerer of metal and wind with a rock spirit. He was also a musical sorcerer. Furthermore, he had just revealed his gifts in the wood element, and also cultivated in martial arts. He was simply good at everything. Some people thought, could it be possible that Yi Futian is hiding his gifts in other elements as well? It was possible that the only person who was able to beat him in terms of elemental gifts was the girl genius from the School of the Emperor Star, Hua Jieyu. However, she would most likely be unwilling to make a move. Other than the time she was trying to get into the academy, she had not used her powers. Hua Jieyu also rarely stepped out of the Emperor Star School. The last time she came out onto the main campus was when she personally spoke up regarding the rumors about her and Mu Yunxian. The School of the Treasury Star really lost all face this time, thought everyone in the crowd. They watched as Yu Shang picked up Leng Qiufeng and threw him in the direction of the Treasury Star School. It was a direct, domineering, and slightly insulting action. It was obvious that Yu Shang was unhappy with what had happened during their previous battle. His opponents were able to soar through the skies while he was stuck on the ground, not even able to make contact with them. He was finally able to get payback today. This is the capability of 8-starred glory plane cultivators in the School of the Treasury Star? Stop making fools of yourselves at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian said calmly. The expressions on the faces of students of the Treasury Star turned more and more sour. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's words. He came today with revenge on his mind and was not going easy on them, whether it be the students of the Treasury Star School or the Emperor Star School. First, Yi Futian defeated Zhou Mu. Then he assisted Yu Sheng in defeating Leng Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. What was he going to do next? At this moment, everyone saw Yi Futian walk to the side. He looked towards the school of the Emperor Star and said with a smile, "I came here yesterday seeking my girlfriend, but senior brother Zhuqing did not allow me to enter. He told me the Emperor Star School was full of genius cultivators and that I was no match for Zhou Mu. It was because of this that I came today. Sadly, I am disappointed by Zhou Mu abilities. Now that I have proved myself to be more capable than Zhou Mu, I am curious about the abilities of these other geniuses. Both Yu Sheng and myself are 5-starred Glory Plane students of the Finance Star School. Would any students of the self-proclaimed top school at Donghai Academy, the school of the Emperor Star, be willing to challenge us? If any students of the same plane are willing, you may choose to challenge either one of us." The students of the Emperor Star School did not know what to do. Same-level cultivators to fight against these two freaks? It was possible that Hua Jieyu could give it a try, but her schoolmates knew things that everyone else did not. So they knew that she would never battle Yi Futian. The onlooking crowd was speechless. They all shared a thought about how shameless Yi Futian was. 2 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators had already lost to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Now he was asking students of the same plane to challenge them. Wouldn't that be digging their own grave? However, there was nothing that the students of the school of the Emperor Star could complain about. They were the ones who bragged about housing many genius cultivators and claimed to be the top school of Donghai Academy. Asking to challenge students of the same plane should not be considered too out of line. Also, Yi Futian's girlfriend was in the Emperor Star School? What was going on? If that's not possible, I'll also accept 6-starred Glory Plane cultivators, Yi Futian said with a smile when he noticed that no one was willing to answer him. Han Mo's expression darkened. 6-starred Glory Plane cultivator? Zhou Mu already tried. Defeated with 1 rod. Then what about 7-starred? Yi Futian continued, "Yesterday, senior brother Zhuqing said that the Emperor Star School was packed full with geniuses. What's going on today?" Everyone turned their attention towards Zhuqing, only to see the normally gentlemanly Zhuqing with a dark face. He forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Yi, since you're trying to provoke my fellow schoolmates into a challenge, what's the need to bring up planes?" So, what senior brother Zhua is trying to say is that I should ignore planes and fight against students for 5 planes above me? Maybe even those in the Dharma plane? Yi Futian laughed. "Is this what the students of your school have been doing to my fellow schoolmates these past days? Why don't you try to challenge Dharma plane students in my school, senior brother?" Zhuqing had nothing to say once again. The students of the Emperor Star School all stared coldly at Yi Futian. They were getting anxious under his questioning. If nobody has the guts to come out and challenge us, then I hope that the students of the Emperor Star School will stop being so brazen, coming to pick on the weaker students of my school, warned Yi Futian when he saw that nobody was going to speak up. Only when he said this, onlookers realized his true intentions, to stop the school of the Emperor Star from attacking the students of the Finance Star School. I know that junior brother Yi possesses extraordinary gifts, and has once said that I would like to see them for myself. So I am willing to be thick-skinned and step out to challenge you as an 8-starred Glory Plane cultivator. But if you are here simply to give empty threats, then please leave, said a figure as it stepped out. A handsome young man, one of the geniuses in the Emperor Star School, walked towards Yi Futian and introduced himself, student of the school of the Emperor Star Mu Yunxian, 8-starred Glory Plane. As soon as he heard this name, Yu Sheng took a large step forward. His body radiated a powerful force. Yu Sheng called Yi Futian. Yu Sheng halted. "Let me," said Yi Futian. Yu Sheng nodded and retreated. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunxian. A sarcastic smile spread across his face and he continued, "You're not just thick-skinned. I feel ashamed simply attending the same academy as you." "You?" Mu Yunxian broke his facade immediately. His expression darkened. Yi Futian stood quietly and a powerful aura emanated from him. His clothes moved without wind. "Since you have the guts to step up, then I'll also settle the incident of you spreading rumors about my girlfriend. Let's even the score today," said Yi Futian calmly. After he spoke, there was silence. Chapter 78, Face It Holding Hands. Chapter 78. Face It Holding Hands. Mu Yunxian had hurt Yi Futian's girlfriend while spreading rumors? Earlier, Yi Futian had also said that his girlfriend was from the school of the Emperor's Star. Thinking of the rumors that had spread around Donghai Academy earlier, everyone stared at Yi Futian. Months ago, that fairy-like figure had walked down from the school of the Emperor's Star and announced to the entire academy that there was nothing between her and Mu Yunxian. She had said that Mu Yunxian could not even be compared to the one she liked. They had thought about whether someone that talented really existed in the academy. Today, Yi Futian had blocked the gate and challenged the school of the Emperor's Star. He was so mad. With what he just said to Mu Yunxian, it was easy to link the two events. Everyone's hearts trembled. They slowly looked over toward the school of the Emperor's Star. Behind all the students, they saw a beautiful figure standing quietly at the high point. She stood alone, and it seemed that wherever she was, everything else would lose color. Now the beautiful figure moved. She slowly walked down. The other students quickly moved aside and watched her. There was some yearning in their hearts, but they knew it would be an impossible dream. Hua Jieyu walked down the steps and entered the battlefield. She walked past Mu Yunxian. The boy looked to the side at the scene. There was lust deep in his eyes. Every time he saw this beauty, his heart would be shaken, but he did not exist in her eyes. She had even embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. Hua Jieyu stood before Yi Futian. Her eyes gazed at him without blinking. Jieyu, fight with him, Hanemo said behind them. His expression was so dark and gloomy. However, Hua Jieyu completely ignored him. She kept staring at the youth's figure, thinking how impulsive he was. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian stared back at Hua Jieyu and shrugged. Why do you think? Hua Jieyu said sharply. She sounded angry but was also whining. Though she was glaring at Yi Futian, there were rich emotions inside her beautiful eyes. Many people felt their hearts breaking. There had been rumors before, but they were only rumors. Now they personally witnessed the fairy of Donghai Academy talk and look at Yi Futian like a little girl. It was a peculiar feeling. With just one sentence and one glance, they experienced the feeling of dating. Many felt moved, but sadly, the voice and eyes were for Yi Futian, not them. Didn't I say that I'll announce it to Donghai Academy? Yi Futian said with a smile. You're so pretty and everyone keeps thinking about you. Pisses me off. Today's the best chance to tell them that you're mine and they can just be jealous. Many faces became long at this. Hearing Yi Futian's words, they suddenly wanted to beat him up. This bastard was doing it on purpose. Hua Jieyu was the girl of their dreams. Idiot, Hua Jieyu reprimanded, still glaring. After that, she continued forward. When she was beside Yi Futian, she reached out gently. Then, under everyone's eyes, she grabbed Yi Futian's hand to announce their relationship publicly. Hua Jieyu turned to the side and tilted her head up to look at Yi Futian. A smile bloomed on her face. It was so intoxicatingly beautiful. Are you satisfied now? Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Since Yi Futian chose not to keep it a secret, she was willing to face it with him. No matter what would happen in the future, they would face it together, hand in hand, just like now. Minister Zhua had said that she had the fate of an empress. She did not believe in fate. Even if she had this fate, she would change it, she believed. Seeing the smile on the girl's face and those gentle words, Yi Futian's smile was also warm. The most beautiful promise was no better than that. The most beautiful girl was no better than the fox's smile. So what if he had seen a girl even more beautiful at Mount Tianyao? His godfather had said that his woman would be the empress of the world. If that really happened, his fox's temperament was enough to rule and impress the world. Yes, very satisfied. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This feeling was amazing. Hey, are you guys done? Someone finally called out, feeling tortured by the public display of affection. I feel like I just got dumped. My heart hurts, someone muttered, a hand to his chest. Pisich in the finance star crowd, Yi Qingxian, who was standing beside Yu Shang, laughed out loud. Yi Futian was seriously going full out with his affection. However, it was beautiful. Yi Qingxian knew that even though they were smiling and holding hands, there was a heavy burden on this relationship. But despite it, they would face it together. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian also reached out and touched the arm beside her. Yu Sheng glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingxian looked up him with her pretty eyes. Yusheng scratched his head. He did not understand the girl, making her so angry she stomped on Yusheng's feet. The boy blinked and looked away. Just as Yi Qingxian fumed, a big muscular hand wrapped around her small hand. In an instant her heart seemed to melt and she smiled like a flower. It seemed that this guy was not so insensitive. He had learned a lot from Yi Futian. In the direction of the school of the Emperor's Star, a beautiful figure was watching the two holding hands with smiling eyes. It was Shu Yuyan. She was the one who understood Hua Jieyu the most in the school. Only she knew how much Hua Jieyu really cared about the boy. Jieyu had overlooked all the talents in the school of the Emperor's Star, and become nervous because of the boy's every action. She was practically a fairy but would become an ignorant little girl once Yi Futian was mentioned. However, the others were not so happy. Yi Futian had become to disgrace them. He had defeated Zhou Mu and humiliated the school. Now he had snatched away their goddess, the top beauty of Donghai Academy. Their hatred toward Yi Futian was obvious. Bitch, a dissonant voice rang out. Mu Yunxuan's face had darkened to the extreme. He looked menacing. His love for Hua Jieyu was no secret, because he had not rejected it when Han Mo wanted to use him for the rumors. The relationships between people were strange. When enough people spread the rumors, the other would take notice. Maybe it would become true. However, he never expected that Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian would have been dating already and be so in love. Hua Jieyu had felt disgusted from the rumors, thus leading to everything else. When the goddess he adored publicly humiliated him, telling him to scram, he had endured it. But now, seeing Hua Jieyu act affectionately to Yi Futian with his own eyes, he finally could not take it anymore. Evil thoughts burst within him and he uttered a word he should not have. Even if Yi Futian had come to mess with the school of the Emperor's Star, it was a just fight. However, when Mu Yunxian, star of the school, said that word to Hua Jieyu the starlet, it was grating to the ear. Many cold stares turned toward Mu Yunxian. They were filled with hatred. Though they were envious of Yi Futian, they could feel the true love between the two as they stood together, so the people still felt happy for them deep down. However, Mu Yunxuan's curse had revealed his personality. Just as Yi Futian had said, cultivating with someone like Mu Yunxian was a disgrace. Hua Jieyu's expression changed. No woman could take being insulted with that word, let alone someone like Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's heart twinged and felt a chill. However, he repressed his anger and said gently, "Leave it to me." "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped back. When Yi Futian glanced at Mu Yunxian, his eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness and murderous intent. Yi Futian, disciple of the school of the Finance Star, 5-star Glory Plane, now challenges Mu Yunxian. "Life and death, will you accept the challenge?" Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had challenged him to a fight of life and death. Crazy, everyone thought. However, if they had a lover like Hua Jieyu, they would not allow anyone to insult her either. No wonder Yi Futian was furious. Mu Yunxian clenched his fists with a sneer. Yi Futian, a 5-star Glory Plane, dared to start a life and death challenge with him? Earlier, Yi Futian and Yusheng had worked together to defeat 2 8-star Glory Plane students. In his opinion, Yi Futian was the reinforcement while Yusheng was the most powerful. If a 5-star was willing to fight, what could an 8-star Glory Plane like Mu Yunxian fear? Prepared to die. Mu Yunxuan's expression was so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of violent wind gathered around him. Then his eyes turned gold. They were extremely sharp. Yi Futian cast his life spirit. The golden rock appeared and it was beautiful. At the same time, there was a terrifying spiritual chi windstorm. It transformed into a golden cane in his hand. Seeing it, many people shivered with fear. It was the one that had defeated Zhou Mu with a pure martial arts attack. Now, Yi Futian was going to fight for life or death. He would obviously fight at a different level from before. His wings flapped powerfully and he instantly shot to the sky. The spiritual chi of wind was on him, transforming into a spell. He could fly with the golden rock alone, but now, he added the wind spell to it. His speed was terrifying. Chapter 79. Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps if he gave it all he got, Futian would really be capable of fighting against Yunxian, despite the three-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Countless eyes landed on Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps if he gave it all he got, Futian would really be capable of fighting against Yunxian, despite the three-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Yunxian's golden pupils narrowed on Futian. Then his life spirit was released. A golden demon cat appeared. Its eyes were even more demon-like than those of Yunxian. Those eyes had the ability to make people feel uncomfortable when looked at. A golden storm gathered in front of Yunxian and formed sharp golden swords, long and thin. As the swords circled Yunxian, a low whistling of the wind was heard. This was no ordinary metal elemental sorcery, but an extreme control of the metal spiritual qi. Yunxian was mainly a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. His spiritual energy had a much stronger control over metal spiritual qi than most people. Even a common 9-starred metal sorcerer would not be able to control metal spiritual qi like Yunxian could. With this extraordinary ability, Yunxian did not even need to cultivate in martial arts. His powers in the element of metal were sufficient enough to attack and defend. Yunxian is definitely more powerful than Leng Qiufeng. Will Futian really be able to withstand this battle? Asked someone in the crowd. Witnessing the release of Yunxian's powers had many people lose the confidence they previously had on Futian. The golden storm surrounding Yunxian was too frightful. The sharp swords revolved around him, controlled as if they were toys. Han Mo stood quietly in the school of the Emperor Star and observed. Obviously, he could see just how gifted Futian was, but the young man now stood against the school, so they must get rid of him. Since Futian personally proposed a life-or-death battle, it saved the school a lot of trouble. Since you're asking for it, I'll let you die, Yunxian said with a cold demeanor. Just as he finished his sentence, the swords around him whistled through the wind and shot towards Futian. In perfect unison, these swords were much more powerful than those drawn by Zhou Mu. After all, there was a huge difference in regards to the planes Zhou Mu and Yunxian were in. The golden rod danced in Futian's hand. He tried to take a step forward when a large force erupted, and the wings appeared on his back. Just like a flash of lightning, Futian shot up into the sky. Yunxian humphed and directed his attention up above. The swords immediately altered their route to continue in their attack on Futian. Even though Yunxian did not specialize in the element of wind, he was not afraid to face a sorcerer who could fly. Futian moved at an incredibly fast speed. His every movement was graceful like a real rock. He zipped through the clouds in the sky, but the swords followed relentlessly. At this moment, the force building up in Futian's body was growing stronger. An equally strong force from the golden storm chased after him. The golden rod he held grew thicker. Until when do you plan to keep running away from me? Yunxian asked coldly. Immediately after he spoke, Futian appeared in the air right above him. Futian was no longer dodging the attacks. He held the enormous golden rod and struck downward. Just then, the atmosphere around and even the world seemed to be shaken up. Onlookers almost could not see Futian's figure. To them, there was only the shadow of a rod coming down from the heavens to wipe out everything below. The ferocious swords were no more, turned into ashes by the rod. Yunxian lifted his head and saw Futian coming for him. After this quick glance, the demon cat behind him had a fierce look in its eye. The crazed golden storm recollected into a giant sword. With a scary glint in his eyes, Yunxian screamed, "Kill him!" The giant golden sword shot upward into the sky. Boom! The rod and the sword collided. The golden sword had been destroyed. A powerful force pushed Yunxian back, but he managed to stop Futian's attack. It halted in midair. The force was still there. Yi Futian's golden wings flapped and he flew in the skies. Suddenly, the force within began to build up once again, exceeding the prior. Mu Yunxian sensed what was happening, and the look on his face changed. He put out both of his hands. The golden storm started once more and formed a pattern, shielding him. At the same time, strains of golden silk sliced through the air, attacking Yi Futian. This spell was protecting and attacking all at once. Yi Futian remained emotionless. He soared through the air and then formed into lightning, hitting down on Mu Yunxian again. Mu Yunxian's spell, winding of 1,000 silk strains, advanced towards Yi Futian, but a golden light barricaded him, not leaving space for anything to get past. Finally, Yi Futian descended upon Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian attacked with the second attack of the 9 heavenly, ready to destroy everything in his way. Boom! Mu Yunxian's golden pattern exploded, and a powerful force forced him to slide backward on his own 2 feet. Right now, the expression on everyone's face has changed. They were utterly shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? It was so domineering, wiping out everything in its way. It was as if one attack could kill any enemy you pleased, not leaving any survivors. Yi Futian was truly a young war god at this moment. Not only did his powers not diminish after 2 attacks from Mu Yunxian, but he got even stronger. Upon sensing the crazed energy gathering within Yi Futian, everyone from the school of the Emperor Star had a change in expression. Even Vice Headmaster Han Mo did not look too well. Yi Futian's second attack with the rod was obviously stronger than the first. If there was another even stronger attack, there was no way Mu Yunxian would be able to withstand it. A prepared Yi Futian advanced. He unleashed his power, which caused Mu Yunxian to blanch. With a loud scream, Mu Yunxian used metal spiritual qi in a spell which summoned a large ancient bell to encapsulate himself. He had given up on attacking and focused solely on his defense. Yi Futian charged ahead at full speed and delivered his third blow. Without any hesitation, the golden rod struck the ancient bell. The bell rang and then cracked. What followed were the blood-curdling screams of Mu Yunxian. After the rod broke through the bell, it landed on Mu Yunxian, throwing him onto the ground. His body slid across the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth. In an instant, the color in his face was gone. It was obviously Mu Yunxian could no longer battle. The people did not know what to say. Their hearts pounded in their chest. Yi Futian was too violent. Looking at his figure, Yi Futian looked majestic and furious. The aura around him made it clear that anyone who tried to stop would only have one result, death. He's so powerful. Many people were excited by this scene. Yi Futian was a great example of how a true man should act. Just then, many people remembered Hua Jieyu's words. She had said that Mu Yunxian was not worthy of being compared to the person she liked. A lot of people doubted her words. Was there really someone like that at Donghai Academy? Maybe she was simply blinded by love. However, when the person she liked faced Mu Yunxian in battle and destroyed him despite being 3 planes lower, everyone finally understood that Hua Jieyu had not been exaggerating. Whether it be giftedness or actual ability, Mu Yunxian was truly unworthy of being compared to Yi Futian. Perhaps only a person like Yi Futian was suited to stand beside the goddess Hua Jieyu. As Yi Futian approached Mu Yunxian, one step at a time, many from the school of the Emperor Star had a change in expressions. This battle was a matter of life or death. Mu Yunxian had already agreed to these terms. Mu Yunxian held himself up with his hands on the ground as he looked up at Yi Futian. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. With a crazed look in his eyes, he stared at Yi Futian and said, "This is the school of the Emperor Star. You dare to commit such a sin here? Get down on your knees and apologize. I will spare your worthless life then," Yi Futian said to Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxian looked even more crazed now. Yi Futian wanted him to kneel down and apologize? Are you done with this nonsense? Han Mo approached. His aura was forceful as he stared at Yi Futian. This is a battle to the death. Have you been watching, senior? Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Han Mo. You are standing on the Emperor Star School's territory, said Han Mo suddenly. Yi Futian began to laugh. Mockingly, he said, if it were Mu Yunxian who was victorious today, you probably would not hesitate to kill me. Naturally, Han Mo had nothing to say to that. Seeing the vice headmaster step in, Mu Yunxian let out a laugh. You can't kill me now, Yi Futian. Do you really think that you and that bitch will have a happy ending? Yi Futian looked down at him. Mu Yunxian was laughing like a madman. He had obviously been deeply affected by his defeat today. He deepened his voice and said, with those looks, that bitch will definitely end up as someone else's plaything in the future. You're calling out for death. Yi Futian clenched his fist around the golden rod. Then he lifted his arm, ready to strike down at any moment. Vice Headmaster, Mu Yunxian called to Han Mo as he turned to look at the elder. Han Mo took another step forward. The headmaster spoke, Yi Futian, do you want to die? Yi Futian reached his left hand into his shirt and pulled out a badge. He tossed it to Han Mo. Han Mo scrunched his face as he caught the object. Upon realizing what he had in his hands, his expression fell. He mustered in a low voice, the decree of the minister. Minister Zhua has said, seeing the badge is the same as seeing him. People from the 7 schools of Donghai Academy have witnessed our battle to the death today. So I will take his life now. The golden rod Yi Futian held and struck down. Mu Yunxian was horror-stricken. As he watched the rod come down, several thoughts crossed his mind. He opened his mouth wanting to say something but never got the chance to. Bang! The golden rod came down directly through Mu Yunxian's head. Chapter 80. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor's Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor's Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. That strike had not only hit Mu Yunxian's body, it seemed to have hit everyone's hearts, making all of them shudder. Mu Yunxian, top student of the school of the Emperor's Star, the disciple of Han Mo, had just been killed before the school. Yi Futian had really dared to strike. Han Mo looked up and glared at Yi Futian. When he received the minister's degree, his heart had wavered and he had hesitated, but then his disciple was killed. With ministers was supporting you, you committed murder in Donghai Academy. Good job, Yi Futian, Han Mo said coldly, tossing the minister's decree to him. Senior, you can ask your own conscience who wants to kill whom? Yi Futian replied indifferently. He was very sensitive and could sense how Han Mo and Mu Yunxian wanted to kill him. Even so, he had never planned on doing this. Mu Yunxian should not have angered him so many times. Hua Jieyu had confessed to him before leaving Qingzhou City that she would wait patiently for him in Donghai Academy, worry over his every move, and face everything with him. But Mu Yunxian had insulted her like that and Yi Futian could not allow it. Clean it up, Han Mo said coldly. He turned and walked toward the school of the Emperor's Star. The others quickly carried Mu Yunxian away. Many glared at Yi Futian before scurrying away. Today, the school of the Emperor's Star had lost all dignity. In this fight of life and death, prodigy Mu Yunxian was killed on the spot by Yi Futian. The students of the other schools studied Yi Futian. He was too crazy. His talent was intimidating, and after he left with Minister Zhua, he had received the man's favor. He even had the minister decree. It was obvious how highly the minister thought of him. In Donghai Academy, barely anyone's talent could be compared to him. There was Yu Shang, a natural-born warrior, and Hua Jieyu, the starlet of the school of the Emperor's Star. The former was Yi Futian's best friend who had entered the school with him and seemed to be very obedient. The latter was his girlfriend. Now Hua Jieyu walked to Yi Futian's side. She lightly pulled on his hand. Yi Futian glanced over and saw her. She asked quietly, "Why were you so brash?" She obviously understood that Yi Futian had done so because he was angry for her. She hated Mu Yunxian, but she also knew that Yi Futian would become the enemy of the Emperor's Star because of this. If anyone says that to you again, I'll act the same way, Yi Futian said with a smile. Hua Jieyu lowered her head. She felt warm and fuzzy inside. I'll go bid farewell to my grandmaster. I won't cultivate here anymore. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. What about the future? I have you, don't I? Hua Jieyu looked at him with a smile. Okay. Yi Futian returned the smile. I'll go now, Hua Jieyu said quietly. Yi Futian nodded and let go. Hua Jieyu walked toward to the school to bid farewell with her teacher. Since her lover was now against the Emperor's star, she naturally could not remain there. Yi Futian turned and walked toward the school of the finance star. His fellow disciples all looked at him with some respect. Today Yi Futian had helped them vent their anger. "Headmaster, I caused trouble for you," Yi Futian said to Yi Xiang. "You already killed him." "There's not much to think now," Han Emo said nonchalantly. "If you didn't kill him, he would kill you. Just as you said, if you had lost before, Han Emo would definitely want you dead and I wouldn't be able to save you either. So, instead of letting them think about how to deal with you, challenging them straightforwardly isn't that bad." Yi Futian eyed Yi Xiang. His headmaster was so agreeable this time. "Let's go." Yi Xiang began walking away. Yi Futian walked beside him and the other students followed behind. Seeing them leave, the spectators dispersed as well, though they still had not calmed down. They had a feeling something would happen in Donghai Academy soon. It was not just a sudden conflict between the school of the Emperor Star and Yi Futian but a long-time rivalry. However, they finally realized just how strong the youth was. If he could survive, he would definitely become something impressive. On the way back to their school, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian walked in the front. Yi Xiang said lightly, "Your reason of challenging the Emperor Star wasn't so simple today." Yi Futian looked up. Yi Xiang continued, "Forcefully defeating the disciple of the art saint, blocking their gate, revealing your talent, and expressing your attitude toward Hua Jieyu. Are you trying to prove something to the Nandu clan?" Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yi Xiang said, "With the talent you showed off today and the minister's decree, the Nanda clan will definitely pay attention now." "Headmaster, I don't want that either." Yi Futian shook his head and smiled wryly. Since the school of the Emperor Star had suspected his relationship with Hua Jieyu, the Nanda clan obviously did too. It was better to make things clear now since it would come out sooner or later. Yi Futian looked forward and said, "I don't expect to be accepted by the Nanda clan, but I do hope I can win some time for Fox. After a few years it won't matter if they agree or not." "Well, you're confident," Yi Xiang said lightly. "What about your other motives? Just confess." Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Was this man really so sensitive? Yi Xiang sneered and said, "Since ministers would gave you the minister decree, his attitude toward you is obvious. He must have told you to go to the royal city. That's why you're not scared about making trouble here. You can just leave after all. Thus you decided to make it even bigger and help the finance star. Is it to thank me?" Yi Futian looked at him speechless. The man really knew his stuff. "When are you leaving?" Yi Xiang asked. "Ministers will want me to attend next spring's Tingfeng banquet," Yi Futian said. "Stay in the school of the finance star and cultivate obediently. Don't go out anymore and I'll take you there personally next year," Yi Xiang said, facing forward. Yi Futian looked at the serious side profile and smiled. This old guy always had a stern face, but after interacting more, Yi Futian realized he was pretty lovable too. However, they did not know that things were never as one expected. A while after Yi Futian returned to the school of the finance star, Hua Jieyu went over as well. Seeing the figure that appeared in the yard, Yi Futian smiled gently. Hua Jieyu seemed down. She walked over to Yi Futian and looked at him with her pretty eyes. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked quietly. Hua Jieyu reached out a slender arm and grabbed Yi Futian's hand. Her voice was low. "After I leave, Grandmaster will be alone again." "Silly girl, Grandmaster will be fine," Yi Futian said softly. Thinking of the old man at the school of the Emperor Star, he felt bittersweet. The old man's smile was so benevolent. He could feel his Grandmaster's love towards him and Hua Jieyu in his gaze. Though he was old, he still had a scholarly and refined aura. He did not seem to like how the school of the Emperor Star had become. Staying there by himself must be lonely. "Okay," Hua Jieyu said with reddening eyes. "Let's go visit him whenever we can. All right?" "Of course. I still have to learn to play the guqin from him," Yi Futian said with a smile. However, he knew that there would be fewer and fewer chances. With Grandmaster's age, no one knew how many more years he could live. But it was this old man who had taught him pieces such as the decree of the general. "Also, you're not allowed to leave me anymore." Hua Jieyu stared deeply at Yi Futian. "Weren't you the one who left me?" When did I ever leave you? Yi Futian asked. You did. Hua Jieyu glared at him. Yi Futian sighed. He couldn't argue with Jieyu's logic. Does that mean you're planning on being with me now? Yi Futian's eyes brightened. You still want to shake me away? Hua Jieyu whined. Oh no, seems like I won't be able to talk to pretty girls anymore. Yi Futian muttered. You. Hua Jieyu stomped her feet and kicked Yi Futian lightly. Why do girls always like to do that? Yi Futian mumbled but realized it sounded wrong, so he quickly shut his mouth. Then he discovered that Hua Jieyu was smiling at him. Really? Who else does that? No, I've seen Qingxian kick Yusheng like that. Yi Futian pointed at the two figures in the near distance. I've never done that. Seeing Hua Jieyu look at her, Yi Qingxian glanced over with a smile. She was not going to take responsibility for this. Yi Futian's face darkened. Yi Qingxian was such a bad friend. Looking back, he realized Hua Jieyu was still looking at him. Helpless, he looked up to the sky and said quietly, "The weather is so nice today. We should take a nap." With that, he walked toward his room. Hua Jieyu blinked and followed. Yi Futian turned around and asked her, "Together?" Hua Jieyu halted. When Yi Futian smiled proudly, she suddenly grinned. "Sure." As she spoke, she caught up to him. It was Yi Futian's turn to blink in shock. Happiness had come so suddenly. Chapter 81. In the room, Yi Futian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. In the room, Yi Futian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. Pretty nice environment, said Hua Jieyu with a smile after checking out the room. Yeah, perfect for resting, Yi Futian said, nodding. Hua Jieyu walked to the bed and took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. She then turned to look at Yi Futian. Smiling, she asked him, "Do I look good?" Yi Futian blinked. Why did this feel like déjà vu? Yi Futian had a bad feeling about what was about to happen but nodded anyway. Very good, he said. Then I'll rest and you can keep looking. Hua Jieyu chuckled mischievously. She took off her shoes by the bed and laid down, hands behind her head. She continued to chuckle at Yi Futian. That's my bed, I should be able to sleep on it too, right? Yi Futian watched the beautiful girl in front of his very eyes. How could she tease him like this? Just you try, said Hua Jieyu. She was still smiling, but Yi Futian looked sad and pitiful. Fox, what you're doing is wrong. Hua Jieyu stretched her captivating body out on the bed. Her every movement was torture for Yi Futian. I'm sleeping, she said. Hua Jieyu turned away from Yi Futian and pulled the blanket over her body. This time around, Yi Futian had nothing to look at, just a hint of her curvy figure under the blanket. Yi Futian did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He was definitely going to get payback on this tempting vixen. With light steps, Yi Futian walked to the side of the bed and sat down on the floor. Softly, he spoke, Fox, do you feel extra warm sleeping here with me? Hua Jieyu did not reply. I used too much energy in battle today. I want to lie down and rest, but the floor is too cold. Why don't I get in bed? Yi Futian said, full of confidence. Still no reply. Don't worry. I won't touch you, I'll just lay next to you, he continued. Okay, since you're not answering, I'll take that as silent consent, said Yi Futian. Yi Futian kept talking to himself. He got up off the ground and sat on the bed. Hua Jieyu made no movements to stop him. He had finally succeeded in getting onto the bed next to her. So comfy, he said. A moment later, he spoke again, his eyes were twinkling. Wow, it's so fragrant. Fox, you smell so nice. Darn it, it feels kind of cold. It would be so nice to have a blanket. Yi Futian was still talking to himself. As he spoke, he tugged lightly at the covers and gently pulled it on himself. The two of them were not under the same covers. Right now, Hua Jieyu, who still had her back to Yi Futian, was already flushed red. Her beautiful eyes kept blinking. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body. How is it still cold under the covers? Are you cold, Fox? I should just hold you, he said. Hua Jieyu felt his arm wrap around her waist gently, sending a shiver down her back. Didn't he say that he was just going to lay down next to her and not touch her? He was cold? Fox, why are you shaking? Is it because you're too cold? I should hold you tighter then, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu felt the arm around her waist pulling her in further. The red in her face spread to her ears, her neck. She was so shy. "Stop bullying me," she spoke softly. Hua Jieyu's soft voice reached Yi Futian's ears and he smiled. He held on to the girl in his arms tightly, taking in her sweet scent. His nose was in her hair. He closed his eyes to savor this moment. Quietly he said, "I wouldn't have the heart to bully you. Wait for me to marry you." "Okay. I'll wait for you," Hua Jieyu responded, nodding slowly. Her shaking body calmed and she slipped into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. She felt safe in his arms. "Fox, I will definitely marry you," Yi Futian thought to himself while he held her warm body against his own. While the loving couple shared this sweet moment, the happenings at the school of Emperor Star spread wildly. In a short while, all of Donghai Academy knew of the story. Yi Futian, the disciple of the Guqin devil, brutally defeated the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu. Then he crashed the school of the Emperor Star and joined hands with Yu Sheng to defeat two 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the school of the Treasury Star. After all that, Yi Futian announced to everyone that Donghai Academy's top beauty, Hua Jieyu, was his girlfriend. The couple revealed their relationship hand in hand. Mu Yunxian, an 8-starred glory plane cultivator in the school of the Emperor Star, got jealous and insulted Hua Jieyu, angering Yi Futian. Thus, Yi Futian challenged Mu Yunxian to a battle to the death, and eventually defeated him with ease. Finally, with the decree of the minister in hand, Yi Futian slaughtered Mu Yunxian right in front of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The 7 schools of Donghai Academy were stirred up in absolute shock. Everyone was in disbelief. They had no idea that boy genius Yi Futian, who made a name in Donghai Academy for himself by fighting, was this powerful. In a couple of years, he may even be more powerful than the Guqin devil was in the past. It was now dusk. Yi Futian's room was quiet and warm. In her sleep, Hua Jieyu had unknowingly turned over to face Yi Futian. Her soft body laid quietly in his arms. At this time she opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she observed Yi Futian. "Aren't you going to get up?" "No, I'm going to continue sleeping until the sun rises tomorrow," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You wish. You rested during the day, so you have to cultivate during the night," said Hua Jieyu, escaping his embrace. She got out from under the covers and sat up on the bed. Her hair was messy, but it only made her more enchanting. She was so beautiful that it hurt to look at her. "Fox, I could just eat you up," Yi Futian muttered. Hua Jieyu blinked and flushed red. Smiling, she said, "You can try." "I'm really going to do it," said Yi Futian. He tried to make a move, his hands ready to grab Hua Jieyu. A slender leg swept toward him and Yi Futian flipped off the bed. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Yi Futian sat up on the ground and asked her sadly. Hua Jieyu got off the bed and chuckled at him. She seemed proud of her actions. Yi Futian called a voice from outside. It was Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian was upset to be interrupted at this moment. "I'm sleeping," he replied. "Yi Futian, hurry out," she continued to shout from outside his room. Yi Futian reluctantly stood up. What did this girl want from him? "Hua Jieyu, are you here?" Another voice rang out from outside. Hua Jieyu froze. Then she began to panic. She looked at Yi Futian and began to straighten out her hair and put on her outerwear. "Who is that?" Yi Futian whispered to Hua Jieyu. "My mother." Hua Jieyu replied in the softest manner. Yi Futian turned to stone and jumped when he processed what she had just said. Oh no, this was bad. Moments later, the two of them left the room. Outside they saw a few people. Headmaster Yixiang was also here. He stood not far away from the rest. Standing in front of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was a beautiful woman. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her whole being radiated elegance. One look at her and Yi Futian knew who she was. No wonder Hua Jieyu looked the way she did. This woman in front of him must have been an extreme beauty in her youth. Her beauty plus Hua Fengliu's good looks. It was no surprise that their daughter was such a beauty. To this day, Yi Futian had not found a man whose looks could compare to that of Hua Fengliu, other than himself. "Mother." Hua Jieyu spoke softly. Yi Futian glared at Yi Qingxian. Why hadn't she notified him earlier? "Mistress." Yi Futian greeted the beautiful woman in front of him. Nanduwanin eyed her daughter's messy hair then looked at Yi Futian. It was difficult to determine her thoughts through her eyes because they remained emotionless. To Yi Futian it was like waiting to be sentenced. To his master's wife, Fox's mother, Yi Futian could not act out no matter how arrogant he was. Qingxian, let's go. Yi Xiang called out to his daughter. Yi Qingxian and Yu Shangbother nodded and left with the headmaster. The only people left standing outside were Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Nanda Wanin and Nanda Wanshan, who stood behind his sister. How is your master doing? Nanda Wanin suddenly opened her mouth to speak. She didn't question Yi Futian about what happened in the room but instead asked about Hua Fenglu. Her voice was crisp and comfortable. Master is doing well in the Guqin Gardens. He just misses you, Mistress, answered Yi Futian. He has Tang Lan to take care of him. So of course he's doing well, said Nanda Wanin. She sounded so calm. Yi Futian could feel sweat drip down his forehead. Was this how all jealous women acted? Master initially had no intentions of staying, but now that it is inconvenient for him to move around by himself, he needs someone to take care of him. Plus, Ms. Tang Lan was very adamant about him staying, so he had no choice but to accept her offer. The first day we arrived in the city of Donghai, Master brought me to the Nanda Palace. He pointed at the inside and told me that Masteress lived there, and that he wanted to go in to see you, Yi Futian explained. Nanda Wanin observed Yi Futian for a while, and from the look in his eyes, she decided that he did not seem to be lying. After that, Yi Futian noticed that the look in her eyes had softened. Nanda Wanin looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, "You like him?" "Yes," nodded Hua Jieyu. "Your father and I were the same in our youth, but you know how that ended. If something happens in the future, will you regret this?" Nanda Wanin asked her daughter. The young woman shook her head. "Silly child." Nanda Wanin's voice was soft and gentle. She sighed and turned to Yi Futian. "You took advantage of the challenge against the school of the Emperor Star to announce your relationship with Hua Jieyu. Did you do it on purpose so the Nanda family would see?" "Mistress, I had no other choice. Even if I didn't admit it, the Nanda family probably already guessed as much," Yi Futian answered. "You're even more arrogant than your master," said Nanda Wanin. "I'm taking Jieyu home." "Mother." Hua Jieyu looked at her mother. Nanda Wanin ignored her and continued to look at Yi Futian. "Come to our place for a visit tomorrow." Yi Futian was frozen in shock upon hearing her words. Quickly he broke out into a smile. "Thank you, Mistress." Hua Jieyu was just as surprised. It seemed like her mother did not object to their relationship. "Hey kid, you're pretty gifted," Nanda Wanshan said suddenly. He walked closer to the three and smiled at Yi Futian. "Senior, was it you who tried to warn me that day at the Luo Palace?" asked Yi Futian. After eliminating the chance that it was Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor Star School, Yi Futian always wondered who could have possibly warned him that day. Seeing Nanda Wanshan now, he had a realization. "Why? Have you antagonized everyone in the Nanda family?" "I'm Hua Jieyu's blood uncle," Nanda Wanshan said while staring at Yi Futian. "Oh." Yi Futian held in a smile and nodded his head. Then he said rather loudly, "Greetings, uncle." "Shameless," Nanda Wanshan reprimanded him jokingly. Afterward, the Nanda siblings led Hua Jieyu away. As they were leaving, Hua Jieyu kept looking back at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. Chapter 82. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. "Going to Nanda tomorrow?" Yi Xiang asked. "Were you eavesdropping?" Yi Futian looked up in shock and asked. "You were speaking so loudly." "There was no need to eavesdrop," Yi Xiang said indifferently. Yi Futian made a face at this. "I'll take you there tomorrow," Yi Xiang said. Yi Futian finally smiled. "Headmaster, you really do see me as a disciple. Don't overthink. Your master stole one of my students who still won't return to the right path. Yu Sheng listens to you too, so you have to live well for now," Yi Xiang said and then left. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew that Yi Xiang thought highly of him but refused to admit it. He had a bad temper as well. Thankfully, Yi Futian was not his son-in-law. "You're really going?" Yi Qingxian asked, looking at him. She felt like it would lead to trouble. "Even Mistress told me to go. She won't try to hurt me. Anyway, I have ministers' was decree too. Even if the Nanda clan wants to kill me, they won't do it inside their home and your father will protect me on the way. Nothing bad will happen." Yi Futian was very clear. Ministers Hua had said that he was favored by the ruler of Nandu Nation. Minister Hua controlled the military but was equal to him. Even though he was kind to Yi Futian, someone so powerful was definitely intimidating. When he came to Donghai Academy last time, the big figures of the 7 schools all had to bow down to him. Then be careful, Yi Qingxian told him. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng said, I'm going with you. I'm going to go see my girl. What are you going for? Stay here and look after your own girl. Yi Futian glared at him. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Qingxian. He scratched his head and said, oh. When Yi Futian said girl, Yi Qingxian saw that Yu Sheng glanced at her. She blushed and ran away. Yu Sheng, it seems like you've got everything down. Nice. Yi Futian looked at his friend, laughing. No. Yu Sheng smiled a little and turned away. Looking at his backside, Yi Futian smiled. He couldn't believe this guy knew how to be shy. The next day, he arrived at the Nanda clan. This was a lord mansion with centuries of history. It felt somber. Centuries ago, the pioneer of Nandu Nation had walked out of here. He was a true king, but after him, none of the Nanda descendants could rival him in glory, and they finally lost the throne. 2 figures appeared outside. Yi Xiang personally saw Yi Futian to the gate and he said, I will wait for you outside. As the headmaster of the school of the finance star, he had nothing to do with the Nanda clan, so he clearly could not go in. He only came because he was worried Yi Futian would run into danger on the way. He no longer had to worry after Yi Futian stepped into Nandu's territory. Yi Futian nodded lightly and walked forward. He gazed at the mansion, feeling butterflies in his stomach. The first day he arrived at Donghai City, his teacher had brought him here and told him he must conquer it in the future. He had to help Hua Fenglu enter confidently to bring his wife out. However, neither of them expected that he would become involved with the clan so early due to his relationship with Hua Jieyu. Smiling, Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the mansion. The guards seemed to know who he was. They let him enter without stopping him. The path led straight into the mansion. Yi Futian advanced forward. Figures flashed in the mansion, seemingly to go report his entrance. After a short while, Yi Futian realized that there were many people around him. They were all young and glared at Yi Futian with animosity. Some were also curious. They all knew that this guy before them was the disciple of the Qin devil. His teacher had snatched Nanda Wanin. Now he had snatched Hua Jieyu, the most skilled woman of the Nanda clan, unmatchable in both talent and beauty. Under this situation, even if they knew how brilliant Yi Futian was, many of the Nanda clan still hated him. Of course, some girls also thought deep down that he truly was handsome. Hua Jieyu probably didn't like him just for his talent. In the mansion, a beautiful figure ran over. Seeing Yi Futian, her eyes brightened. She stopped before Yi Futian and said softly, You're here. Yeah. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly as well. She reached out and took Yi Futian's hand. She was telling the Nanda clan her attitude and determination. Yi Futian was touched. He knew how much courage the action required. He grasped the hand tightly and they walked forward together. This scene made many uncomfortable and unhappy. This bastard, they thought, he's holding hands with our most talented woman. It was not just the younger generation either. As they walked forward, many seniors looked unhappy as well. However, no one stopped them. Apparently, they had already walked hand in hand at the school of the Emperor's Star. Stopping them now was meaningless. They would let the clan leader decide. Hua Jieyu brought Yi Futian to a courtyard. Nanda Wanin and Nanda Wenshan were both there. They had prepared a meal. It was clear that inviting Yi Futian today was Nanda Wanin's idea. Masteress, uncle, Yi Futian greeted them. Come sit down, Nanda Wenshan said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded. He and Hua Jieyu sat before the table. I heard that they all know now? Nanda Wanin asked Hua Jieyu. Yes. The way here was filled with people. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. Let's eat, Nanda Wanin said. Her motive was just that. Invite Yi Futian here to express her attitude. In the past, she had been forcefully separate from Hua Fenglu. Now, her daughter was about to step onto the same path, but she hoped the ending would be different. Hua Jieyu put some food onto Yi Futian's plate. Yi Futian smiled warmly and tasted the food. Then he looked up at Nanda Wanin and said, Your cooking is so good. Nandu Wanin glanced at Yi Futian. She said, I heard from Jieyu that her father really likes you. After seeing you I understand why. You two are the same type of person. Perhaps he sees himself in you. Nanda Wanshan smiled too. He said, indeed. He and Fenglu both have faces that women can't reject. No wonder both Jieyu and her mother have fallen so hard. Professor is much better than me, Yi Futian said, lying against his conscience. He had to preserve Hua Fengliu's ego before his wife. No, you're wilder than he was, Nandu Wanin said. The boy was not even 17 years old and yet, he had already announced to the entire academy that Hua Jieyu was his. This was not something an average person would do. Wanin knew how talented her daughter was. The average person would be intimidated, but instead, Yi Futian had called her his. He had even killed the prodigy of the school of the Emperor Star in front of everyone. His talent is better too, Nandu Wanshan added. Yi Futian, thank you. Yi Futian glanced up in shock. You don't know how Wanin had been living these years, Wanshan said with a smile. She's like a zombie every day. When she heard that Hua Fenglu had returned to Donghai City, she finally came back to life. After seeing you at the Luo Palace, I guess that you have a special relationship with Jieyu. I told her and she started paying attention to you. Yesterday was the first time she stepped out of the mansion all these years. Yi Futian gazed at Nandu Wanin. He could guess how deep her relationship with Hua Fenglu was. Mistress, I'll treat Fox well in the future. I'll have my master come get you too, Yi Futian said. Where did you get the nickname Fox from? Nandu Wanin glared. Yi Futian chuckled awkwardly. Hua Jieyu also glared at him and said, Mother, the first time this mean guy saw me was when I first entered Qingzhou Academy. He said that this doll looks so sinful at 12 years old that I'll definitely become a fox in a few years. The two Nanda siblings were taken aback. Nanda Wanshan smiled after a while and said, You were already so inappropriate at 12. You truly are better than your professor. I wasn't wrong, Yi Futian muttered awkwardly. He gave Hua Jieyu a look. The girl smiled at him mischievously. Wanin, I heard you're better now. A voice traveled from outside the courtyard. Then they could hear various footsteps walk toward here. Nandu Wanin looked in that direction. After a bit, a group of people came in. At the head was the clan leader, Nandu Tai. Nandu Ku stood beside him. He studied Yi Futian with a sharp expression. Uncle. Nandu Wanshan rose and greeted him. Nandu Tai nodded. He scanned Yi Futian and said with a smile, You must be Yi Futian, Hua Fengliu's disciple. Greetings, senior. Yi Futian stood up and said. No matter what, he could not be impolite. The heroes come from the youths. I heard that you are unrivaled at the school of the Emperor Star, and are even favored by Minister Zhua. You have surpassed your master. Nandu Tai said with a smile. Do not mind the grudges of the past generation. I heard that Hua Fenglu isn't well these days. If there's the chance, please tell him to come visit. You and Jieyu are good friends, so you can come visit in the future as well. I'm sure Wanin will like it. Yi Futian was a little shocked. How could the Nanda clan be so agreeable? But also, what did he mean by saying Yi Futian and Jieyu were good friends? Uncle. Nanda Wanin stood up and said to Nanda Tai. Jieyu is almost 17 now and has someone she likes. They are both in love. I am planning on betrothing Jieyu to Futian and arranging this marriage. Uncle, what do you think? Chapter 83. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nandu Wanin in surprise. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nandu Wanin in surprise. Mistress wants to betroth Hua Jieyu to me. Yi Futian's heart warmed at the thought of this. Today was only his second encounter with Nandu Wanin, but he also understood that the main reasons behind her decision were because of Hua Fenglu as well as Hua Jieyu's feelings for himself. Yi Futian's gifts did not play an important role in Nandu Wanin's decision-making. Nandu Wanshan was also shocked but recovered quickly because he understood that his sister had been living with the regrets of her past and did not wish for her daughter to go down the same path. Now that Yi Futian revealed that he was highly capable and even had Minister Zhua on his side, the Nanda clan would definitely take Yi Futian into consideration for Hua Jieyu. Nandu Wanin wanted to take this opportunity to get their betrothal settled in case anything changed in the future. When she extended her invitation to Yi Futian the day before, she had already made up her mind. Nandatai and the rest stared at Nandu Wanyin collectively. Someone spoke. Wanyin, don't you think you're making a rash decision? It's true that he presented his capabilities at Donghai Academy, but what of it? It could simply mean that the people of the school of the Emperor Star are too weak. There are tons of highly gifted young men within the Nanda clan. Why should we allow Hu Jiyu to be betrothed to him? Asked another person. Everyone took their turn in making comments on the subject. Many people had a thing or two to say in disapproval of betrothing the most outstanding young woman of the Nanda clan to the disciple of the Guqin devil. Wanyin, you heard the people. Jiyu is still young. There is no rush to make such a decision, said Nandatai. I'm simply saying they should be engaged. I wasn't suggesting that they should be married right away, replied Nandu Wanyin. She stood firm on her decision. To be honest, it would not be strange for a girl of Hua Jiyu's age to be married anyway. This is still too hasty, said Nandatai, shaking his head. Jiyu's father is Futian's master, so obviously he would not object. I am Jiyu's mother and I also support this. Jiyu and Futian are dedicated to each other and are deeply in love. So why is this a hasty decision? Questioned Nandu Wanyin. She did not sound too happy. Nandatai's expression darkened. He stared at Nandu Wanyin and said, so what you're saying is, Hua Jiyu's marriage has nothing to do with the Nanda clan? Nandu Wanyin retorted. And what uncle is insinuating is that Jiyu's marriage should be decided by the Nanda clan and has nothing to do with me, her own mother? In the past, because my parents have already passed, uncle made decisions for me. Now, even though I'm still well and alive, uncle wants to make decisions for my daughter? Nandu Wanyin knew a thing or two about the clan's plan on setting her up in a marriage of convenience all those years ago. She was not going to allow them to do the same to her daughter. Wanyin, you're out of line, an elder reprimanded. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to the clan leader? Miss Wanyin, is it simply because he is the disciple of the Guqin devil? Asked Nandaku. Are you trying to have your daughter fulfill the dreams you were unable to? Yi Futian looked at Nandaku. This was the man who stalked Hua Jiyu to the Guqin gardens. He had also told Yi Futian that he could not be compared to the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu. Watch your mouth. This is not a place for you to speak, Nandu Wanyin said to Nandaku. I understand that Miss Wanyin is of nobility. You carry the blood of your ancestors. You have inherited the royal bloodline. The same can be said for Miss Jiyu. It is because of this that her marriage cannot be determined so hastily. Even though the Guqin devil's disciple is incredibly gifted, it doesn't mean anything. There are tons of genius cultivators out there. There are many just in the Nanda clan, but it seems that Miss Wanyin never took that into consideration, said Nandaku. Realization flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. From Nandaku's words, Yi Futian predicted that Nandu Wanyin was the direct descendant of the person who established the Nandu nation. To say that they have inherited the royal bloodline meant that Nandu Wanyin and Hua Jiyu were actually the princesses of the Nanda clan. What you said is correct. The battle at Donghai Academy doesn't mean anything. I am willing to test his true abilities. At this moment, a member of the Nanda clan stepped forward. The young man looked at Yi Futian. How does a battle sound? Yi Futian glanced at the young man and chose to ignore him. What do you mean by this? The young man glared at Yi Futian. Step down, ordered Nandatai. The young man retreated into the group. Nandatai spoke again. Wanyin, it is exactly because your parents left you at an early age that I was forced to take over as the clan leader. I have the responsibility to take care of you guys. I know that you hold a grudge against me for what happened in the past, but we can't change what has already happened. I am willing to let go of the past and might even think about allowing you to reunite with Hua Fenglu in a couple of years. But regarding Jiyu's marriage, will you allow me to make the decision? You're only now considering Hua Fenglu? Asked Nandu Wanyin. Her demeanor was cold. Hua Jiyu was incredibly gifted and carried the hopes and dreams of the entire Nanda clan. Plus, Yi Futian, who was the Guqin devil's disciple, also possessed incredible gifts. He also had ministers to back him up. Nandatai had to know that some things could not be changed. Some things are inevitable. The only way future events could be altered is if Nandatai broke off relations with Hua Jiyu, and at the same time, had Yi Futian killed. However, it was obvious that Nanda Tai could not do either of these things. I will make the decisions regarding Hua Jieyu's marriage. Nanda Wanyin was not going to give up. She was not going to let the clan sacrifice her daughter as they had done to her. How presumptuous, yelled Nanda Tai. More and more people of the Nanda clan gathered behind their leader. At this moment, Yi Futian realized how lonely Hua Jieyu and her family were among the huge Nanda clan. Their family used to be the most distinguished bloodline but was now the most isolated. Mistress, maybe we should give the clan leader a little more time to think about this matter. Jieyu and I aren't in a rush, Yi Futian spoke. In this situation, it was not a good idea for Nanda Wanyin to go against the entire clan. What Yi Futian needed was time. Nanda Wanyin averted her attention to Yi Futian. He bowed to her and said, Mistress Jieyu, I'm going to leave now. I'll come visit again when I get the chance. He then turned to Nanda Tai and the rest of the group. Excuse me. Yi Futian began to make his way out. The clan made way for him. One of the younger clan members mocked Yi Futian. He's probably just afraid to lose. He won't live up to his reputation. I heard that he does what he wants at the academy, but looking at him now, he doesn't look all that mighty. Someone else chimed in. Yi Futian smiled but chose to ignore them. Fighting someone from the Nanda clan would only add fuel to the fire. After Yi Futian left, Nanda Wanyin and Nanda Tai were still in a standoff. Wanyin, I think you should take some time to cool your head, said Nanda Tai. There's no need. This is my final decision. I'm not going to have a change of heart, she replied calmly. Talk some sense into your younger sister, Nanda Tai said to Nanda Wanshan. Then he turned to leave. The crowd dispersed. As Yi Futian made his way to the exit of the Nanda palace, people either challenged him to battle or insulted him. Everyone had an opinion about Yi Futian. He ignored all of them and left with Yi Xiang. After Nanda Tai led the crowd away, Nanda Wanyin frowned and said quietly, in the past, he tried to use me to get close to Minister Hua, but now even though Yi Futian is in Minister's was good graces, he won't let Hua Jieyu marry him. Is it purely because he is Hua Fengliu's disciple? Nanda Wanshan also frowned. There did seem to be some contradicting points in Nanda Tai's decision. Mother, there is something that I forgot to tell you, said Hua Jieyu. The other day, the clan leader invited ministers over to tell me my fortune. The minister agreed to his request and said that I was destined to be an empress. Tell your fortune? Nanda Wanshan was shocked. Minister Zhua is an astrologer? Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head. Nanda Wanyin stood frozen in place. She then turned to her brother and asked, What do you think of this? So this was the reason why His Majesty has such great trust in Minister Zhua. Nanda Wanshan murmured to himself. I once read an ancient text about astrologers. They are extremely rare and possess the ability to tell a person's fortune. However, this ability is highly dependent on the astrologer's own powers. Based on Minister Zhua's powers by Empress, he could have meant a title of courtesy or a queen. Besides, astrologers can tell fortunes but cannot see the future. A told fortune can be changed. What Nanda Wanshan did not know was that Minister Zhua did have doubts on the day he told Hua Jieyu's fortune. However, he only told her that she was destined to be an empress after she had asked about Yi Futian. In reality, the fortune Hua Jieyu was told consisted of a biased prediction from Minister Zhua. Hua Jieyu nodded. She also believed that her fortune could be changed. After Yi Futian returned to Donghai Academy, he put himself on lockdown to focus on cultivating. Even after he had demonstrated his gifts and also brought out the decree of the minister, the Nanda family clan was still conflicted on allowing him to be with Hua Jieyu. Since things have come to this, the only thing Yi Futian could do was to become even stronger. He was going to become so powerful that he wouldn't even need to seek the clan's approval. When spring arrived next year, he would head to Nandu Nation's imperial city and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Hua Jieyu. They were going to heal Hua Fenglu. The days passed, but Yi Futian has not set foot outside of the school of the finance star. His powers were increasing day by day. Meanwhile, Donghai Academy had actually become more peaceful since Yi Futian's battle. The schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star stopped picking fights with the school of the Finance Star. That day, the two schools were completely humiliated by Yi Futian. They did not have the nerve to look for trouble at the Finance Star school anymore. However, Everyone in Donghai Academy already knew that the school of the Emperor Star was not going to let this go so easily. Perhaps this was the peace before the storm. Countless rumors circulated around the campus. They said that the school of the Emperor Star wanted to control all of Donghai Academy, and that the 7 schools were no longer going to stand together. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. It has almost been 1 year since Futian arrived in the city of Donghai. He has already broken into the 6-starred glory plane in both martial arts and the art of sorcery. But Futian did not slow down his pace in cultivation. The glory plane was still too weak for the Nandu nation standards. He hoped that he would be able to reach the Dharma plane quickly and be able to find his place in the Nandu nation. While Futian cultivated quietly, all officials from the schools of the Emperor Star and the Finance Star arrived at the entrance of Donghai Academy, including the 2 headmasters. Everyone at the academy was frantically trying to guess who they were welcoming. What kind of people would warrant such a big welcome? Finally, a group of people traveling on beasts arrived. This scene was even more powerful and shocking than the time ministers were arrived. Chapter 84. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. Minister Hua. Everyone greeted and bowed. Even the headmasters of the School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star bowed. The middle-aged man was Minister Hua of the Nandu Kingdom. He looked at everyone with his imposing gaze. Then he pointed at the youth and said, "This is His Highness, the Crown Prince." Everyone's heart shuddered. They had felt something when they saw how extraordinary the youth was. Hearing Minister Hua, they realized that this was the legendary Crown Prince of Nandu Kingdom. The emperor had many children but he had chosen his heir early on. No prince could fight with Luo Junlin for the throne. His name was Junlin. It meant that the king would rule over the world. This seemed like a disrespectful name but it had been given by the emperor personally. One could see how much the emperor liked this prince. Everyone in Nandu Kingdom knew that Luo Junlin would be the next ruler. No one doubted this. Crown Prince. Everyone greeted and bowed reverently. No one expected that the Crown Prince would come with Minister Hua. If that was the case, everything was determined already. Luo Junlin nodded casually. He strode forward and the men of the 2 schools made way for him. "Junior, let's go." Minister Hua walked up and said to the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. "Senior, after you," the headmaster said politely. Then the group entered Donghai Academy. News of Crown Prince Luo Junlin's arrival quickly spread throughout the academy. The powerful students of all 7 schools went to meet him. The School of the Finance Star had conflicts with the Emperor Star but Yixiang went too. He was only a headmaster after all, and had to greet the Crown Prince and Minister Hua. It caused a ripple through Donghai Academy. After the peace and quiet of the past days, had the storm finally come? The School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star had been low-key these past months. It seemed that they'd been waiting for this step and had planned this early on. All the headmasters left the School of the Emperor Star after bowing to the Crown Prince and returned to their own schools. Then another news spread throughout the academy. Minister Hua had said that he wanted to see the cultivation progress of the students. He ordered Donghai Academy to hold an assembly of the 7 schools 3 days later. He and the Crown Prince would observe it. This news caused an uproar in Donghai Academy. Everyone could feel that there was an ulterior motive behind the assembly. It might have something to do with the recent rumors. The school of the Emperor Star was unsatisfied with all 7 schools being equals. In the school of the Finance Star, Futian was practicing his instrument in his courtyard. Not only would the piece help his musicality, it also cultivated his mind. He had locked himself up these past months to cultivate without disturbances. Now Yixiang came over. When Futian finished the piece, he looked up and saw that Yixiang had furrowed brows. He asked Headmaster, "Did something happen?" "Yes." Yixiang nodded. The school of the Finance Star might not exist anymore. Futian stared, but the man continued. Minister Hua and the Crown Prince came to Donghai Academy earlier. They went directly to the school of the Emperor Star and ordered that we hold an assembly in 3 days. With Minister Hua and Luo Junlin's support, no one can stop the changes in the academy. What do you plan to do? Futian didn't try comforting him. Since Yixiang said this, it meant that he was powerless. Donghai Academy's 7 schools were created to be different clans, Yixiang said. However, this is less and less clear. Now they are all becoming like true schools. The school of the Finance Star is especially like this, but the school of the Emperor Star seems to want to return to clans. If this is the case, I naturally will not stay. I'm telling you this because if the Emperor Star takes control, you would be unable to stay as well. But if you leave, Han Mo might deal with you. Futian understood this. He'd wanted to cultivate quietly and go to the Imperial City next spring. He didn't expect this sudden change of Donghai Academy. It's okay. I have you and ministers was minister decree. There's nothing to be scared of. As long as I don't look for trouble, Minister Hua can't hurt me himself, right? Futian chuckled. Minister Hua wouldn't ruin the relationship with Ministers Hua without a reason. You're clever. Cultivate here and do not worry about the assembly. Don't participate either, Yixiang advised. Futian nodded. He knew that the assembly was not the time for him to show off. News of the assembly of the 7 schools spread throughout Donghai Academy using the shortest time possible. Then it even spread towards Donghai City with terrifying speed. Even many big figures of Donghai City were invited. The school of the Emperor Star stated that they welcomed everyone to come as spectators. This showed the citizens that something big would happen in Donghai Academy. Excitement bubbled through the city. Countless people discussed the event on the streets and in taverns, talking about the legendary Crown Prince. Many wanted to see with their own eyes how amazing the Crown Prince was. Apparently, he had already reached the pinnacle of Dharma and had unparalleled talent. There were also rumors that he had twin spirits and no one in Nandu could beat him. He was born to be king, destined to be king. None of the other princes even had the courage to compete with him. They could only try to become close to him and be a lord in the future. No one dared to have any other thoughts unless they wanted to die. One could imagine the furor if someone like him came to Donghai City. The 3 days passed in a blink. That day the sun shone brightly. Countless people from Donghai City gathered outside the academy to watch the assembly. The big figures had all arrived. Many of them had brought their children too, especially daughters. The reason went without saying. Though the possibility was low, they could become the empress in the future if they caught the crown prince's eyes. He didn't have a wife yet. Lin Xie came too with her father. Stepping into Donghai Academy, she studied the place. He was cultivating here and she wondered how he was doing. Lin Xie didn't know about all the things that had happened. Futian was now infamous in Donghai Academy, but his fame was restricted to the academy. Unless they were like the Nanda clan who knew from paying attention to Hua Jieyu, no one knew what had happened. The important figures of Donghai City wouldn't care about a youth of the academy. Are you thinking of him? Xiaohe smiled and asked. Shut up. Lin Xie glared with her pretty eyes. He was so handsome at the Luo Palace. Xiaohe chuckled while Lin Xie just smiled and nodded. The youth's performance at the Luo Palace was truly eye-catching. Zhou is also cultivating here. I wonder if they'll run into each other, Xiaohe said. Zhou? Lin Xie murmured. She wondered if he could defeat Zhou now. But no matter how they are, they can't be compared to the crown prince. You're so pretty. Do you think he'll notice you? Xiaohe continued. Lin Xie ignored her. She hurried to catch up with her father and continued into the academy. In the other direction, Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi were with their father Mu Hong. The man smiled and said, No wonder Donghai Academy is the home of geniuses and talents. It's filled with vitality. How have you two been performing? Pretty good. We're still working hard, Mu Yunqing answered. Good. Mu Hong nodded. The crown prince himself is here today. If you have the chance, you two must perform well. Yes, Mu Yunyi said. However, the two siblings looked uncomfortable. Their experiences that year had actually been horrible. It was all due to someone, but they were too embarrassed to tell their father. Back in the day, this academy had many impressive figures. The Art Saint, the Qin Devil, and I all came from here. Feeling nostalgic, Mu Hong smiled, saying, the Art Saint is now renowned in Donghai City while the Qin Devil is disabled. I wonder where he is now and how his disciple is. Thinking of how the Qin Devil had wanted to bring his disciple to him, he smirked. Today was the gathering of the heroes. People like the Art Saint were high above while the Qin Devil was nowhere to be seen. It was a different scene in the school of the Emperor Star. Chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiaofeng, knelt on the floor while Minister Hua and the Crown Prince sat before him. Usually Xiaofeng would not be like this. However, he was in trouble now and only Minister Hua could save him. Why does ministers will want to kill your son? Minister Hua asked. Because of the Qin Devil's disciple, Xiaofeng cried. Back in the day, the Art Saint had powerfully destroyed the Qin Devil's life spirit. Now, his disciple has returned. He is violent and aggressive, looking down on everyone. Ministers will wishes to punish and kill my son Xiaofan, because he has a conflict with Yi Futian. He vaguely knew the relationship between the Art Saint and Minister Hua, so he knew what to say. Valued by Ministers Hua, possesses the minister decree, and killed a student of the school of the Emperor Star. I'd like to see him, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Minister Hua said, you will see him at the assembly. Yes. Luo Junlin nodded. He stood up and said, let's go. Chapter 85. The halls of the 7 schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Shang were not among them. They remained in their dorm. The halls of the 7 schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Shang were not among them. They remained in their dorm. Just then Headmaster Yixiang arrived. He was not alone. Behind him several people followed. Yi Futian was surprised at the sight but quickly recovered. He walked up to the group with a smile. Master Ms. Tanglan, what are you guys doing here? Tangwan relayed your message to me. Things are about to change drastically at Donghai Academy. We came because we were curious what will become of the academy, answered Tang Lan. Yi Futian had asked Tang Wan to help relay Headmaster Yixiang's message to Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked over at Yu Shang. So, you're my junior brother now? Yu Shang smiled shyly and greeted her, senior sister. Something felt wrong to Yi Futian. Our relationship has gotten so complicated. Doesn't this mean that Yu Shang is technically my senior? This won't do. Forget about that. Tang Lan stared at Yi Futian. I heard you've been really cocky since you started attending the academy. You crashed the party at the Luo Palace, beat up Zhoumu as well as students from the Emperor Star School. You even went to the Nandu Palace. Daring fellow. Yi Futian chuckled. It was only a given that Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan kept tabs on everything that happened at Donghai Academy. Did you see your masteress? Hua Fenglu asked. Yes, I did, master. Masteress hasn't forgotten about you, said Yi Futian. After he replied, he felt a chill. He turned to see Tang Lan smiling at him. He shut his mouth immediately. Life was so hard. I'm going to go see your grandmaster, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian glanced at Yixiang and heard him say, the assembly of the 7 schools is about to begin. I have to head over now, but I'm sure the school of the Emperor Star is already empty. You can take your master there. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He stepped forward to put Hua Fenglu on his back. Wind sorcery surrounded and carried them into the sky. In the air, Hua Fenglu questioned Yi Futian again. Your masteress, is she doing well? Yeah, she just misses you. After meeting me, she said that you have a good eye to pick such an outstanding disciple. Yi Futian replied with a smile. He did not tell Hua Fenglu what Nandu Wenshan had told him. If Hua Fenglu knew that Nandu Wenin spent the past years like a living corpse, he would definitely be very upset. You've become more thick-skinned in our time apart. Your mistress didn't kick you out the door for acting this way? Hua Fenglu made a light-hearted joke. He was already used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Something like that could never happen. Before I left, mistress even said she would betroth Hua Jieyu to me, said Yi Futian. Really? Asked Hua Fenglu. Master, do you think I would joke about this matter? Hua Fenglu laughed. I believe you. Love me, love my dog. It seems that her feelings for me have remained unchanged. What do you mean, love me, love my dog? Master's fondness for me has nothing to do with you. It's because I'm such an outstanding man. What a narcissist you are. Yi Futian had no words for how thick-skinned Hua Fenglu was. Love me, love my dog. Oh please. Shouldn't you already know how narcissistic I can get? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian could only admit defeat. He said, Master, I don't think I can ever surpass you in this aspect. By this aspect, Yi Futian meant narcissism. Don't underestimate yourself like this. You were able to defeat Zhou Mu, which means that I made the right choice to take you on as my disciple. I do have a good eye. Hua Fenglu laughed softly. It's not easy to get a compliment out of you. So, does this mean you're happy I beat up Zhou Mu? Chuckled Yi Futian. Very happy, answered Hua Fenglu. A huge smile broke out on Yi Futian's face. Although he has yet to make any progress on healing Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian was happy to do at least this much for his master. When Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu reached Elder Qin's residence within the school of the Emperor's Star, they could hear the sound of a guqin. He was playing the guqin by himself. Although all 10 of his fingers were calloused, his movements were accurate and clean. The white-haired elder exuded an elegance. Elder Qin did not seem to have noticed them. He continued to play peacefully, completely immersed in the music. The sound of the guqin was gentle and peaceful. Elder Qin stopped stroking the chords and ended his performance. Only then did he turn his attention over to his visitors. He smiled when he saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Fenglu, you're here, he said. His smile was kind. With Yi Futian supporting him, Hua Fenglu bent his knees and kneeled down on the ground. His began to bow to Elder Qin. His head met the ground harshly. When Hua Fenglu lifted his head, his eyes were red. In a raspy voice he said, I have been unfilial to you, master. It has taken me too long to come see you. Hua Fenglu thought back to when he first met his master. Elder Qin used to be so full of life and energy. Even when he had left, the older male did not look as worn as he did now. Hua Fenglu would never have thought that his master would have aged so much when they met again. It seemed that Elder Qin was closing in on the end of his life. Hua Fenglu, get up. Elder Qin sounded very stern. Hua Fenglu bowed once more before allowing Yi Futian to help him up. Following that, Hua Fenglu said, Master, I have let you down. I am already satisfied to be able to see my disciple again before I die. There is no need to speak of such things, said Elder Qin. He was smiling again. Besides, I am very fond of Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. These two youngsters are both very good. Yi Futian is even more gifted than you. Hua Fenglu laughed. This rascal's gifts are all right, but he is too mischievous. I hope he didn't do anything to offend you, master. There's no way. His personality is better than yours, replied Elder Qin. He looked at Yi Futian and smiled. He continued. He and Hua Jieyu are well matched. You and Nandu Wenin have to support them. Don't let them walk down the same path as you two. I understand, master, Hua Fenglu nodded. He eyed Yi Futian, who stood off to the side. When Yi Futian sent a proud smile his way, Hua Fenglu gave him an icy glare in return. Futian, called Elder Qin, I am so old now. There are many things I am now unable to do. Regarding your master's injury, I can only count on you. Don't worry, Grandmaster. As long as I'm alive, I will find a way to heal master, said Yi Futian seriously. Silly child, don't talk about the negative things. You'll live a long, happy life, Elder Qin said to Yi Futian. Whatever you say, Grandmaster, said Yi Futian with a smile. You also have to take good care of yourself so you can be a witness for the wedding ceremony when Jieyu and I get married. Yes, yes. He could not stop nodding his head. Elder Qin looked extra happy. Master, you've probably suffered here at the school of the Emperor Star all these years. Why don't you leave with me? Hua Fenglu asked. Oh Fenglu, I've spent more than half my life here. No matter how this place changes, I will always be a part of this school. I already have one leg in the coffin, where else would I go? Elder Qin shook his head with a soft smile on his face. Grandmaster, things at Donghai Academy won't be the same after today. Do you really not want to consider leaving? Yi Futian tried to persuade the elder as well. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked into the distance. Even though he has not stepped foot outside of the school of the Emperor Star, he knew what was going on in Donghai Academy. He could not help but sigh. At the same time that the three chatted at the school of the Emperor Star, everyone was gathered at the central square of the Donghai Academy campus. It was extremely packed as the surrounding observation decks filled up with people. Officials from the 7 schools sat at the center in front of their respective groups, where they stood out the most. Besides them, representatives from the clans of the city of Donghai were also present. Anyone qualified to sit up front with them definitely had an extraordinary background. But it did not matter who they were because at this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. In the direction where the officials of the Emperor Star School were seated, a figure walked up to the main seat of the assembly. He stood there nonchalantly but exuded the gracefulness of royalty. He took one look into the crowd as if he were overlooking the world. Beside him stood Minister Hua, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, and Chief Xiaofeng of the East Sea prefectures. Is that the Crown Prince? He looks like an exceptional young man, born to be emperor. Everyone whispered about Luo Junlin. He possessed an extraordinary aura. An aura so strong it would feel burdensome to get close to him. The people got up one after another and bowed in his direction. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin watched this scene calmly and spoke, sit. He then turned to take his own seat, and only when was he seated everyone took their seats as well. Everyone knew the young man seated at the center of the square was to become the emperor of the Nandu nation. He was going to control the world. Not only was Luo Junlin a person of great importance, his aura, his looks, and his gifts were also outstanding. Many of the young women watched him closely, seeming to all be expecting something outrageous. The Crown Prince's aura is so much stronger than that of Zhou Mu's, muttered Xiao He. She stood beside Lin Xia and the rest of the Lin family. The art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, had been the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. The art saint is over there and so is Zhou Mu, Xiao He continued. She was looking in the direction of Vice Headmaster Han Mo. Standing beside him was the art saint and Zhou Mu stood behind his master. However, Lin Xia was looking into the crowd, seemingly in search of something. She could not find the young man she was hoping to see. He was a student of the School of the Finance Star but was not amongst the students seated here. At this moment, seated amongst the officials of the School of the Emperor Star, Vice Headmaster Han Mo stood up. He walked to a spot up ahead and held both of his arms up to the sky. In a split second everything went quiet. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have blessed the Academy with their presence today. Donghai Academy has not experienced such great honor in its 300-some years of history. I am sure that what happens here today will be recorded in the history books for the people even 1,000 years from now, Han Mo said loudly. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have high hoped for our academy. So we would like to take this chance and have students of each school demonstrate their abilities for them here today. During the assembly of the 7 schools, a light flashed through everyone's eyes. They were all conflicted. All those days ago, before Yi Futian defeated the students from the schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star, they constantly picked fights with students of other schools to exert their dominance. But they never thought that their plans could be ruined by Yi Futian. Presently, the school of the Emperor School used the Crown Prince and Minister Hua as an excuse to hold this assembly. Their intentions were no secret to everyone. However, to be able to prove oneself's worth in front of the Crown Prince was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Some people began to explore the idea. After all, it didn't really matter to ordinary students whether or not the 7 schools of Donghai Academy were separated or united. Chapter 86. Hanemo gazed at everyone with a smile. After today, he would control Donghai Academy by himself. Hanemo gazed at everyone with a smile. After today, he would control Donghai Academy by himself. He continued, of course, because there are many disciples of the academy, everyone will have a chance to demonstrate their abilities. I hope that in the future, the accomplished students will grasp this chance to express their talents. Also, since we wish to show the prince and minister Hua our true bearing, there is no need to hold back. Being hurt in battle is inevitable. If you wish to show off your talents today, you must be willing to take on the risks. Han Mo's words caused many expressions to slack. In the past, the duels in Donghai Academy would all end before it went too far. Dying or becoming fatally wounded was never allowed to happen. According to Hanemo, the disciples would go all out today. This way, uncontrollable situations may happen. I won't say more. Next, let's give our time to the disciples of the 7 schools of Donghai Academy. Hanemo smiled and returned to his seat. The place instantly became quiet. There was an empty area in the center of the square. It would be the stage where the Donghai disciples showed off their talents. It was also a battlefield. All were quiet. Then, everyone saw a figure walk out from the school of the Emperor Star. Seeing him, everyone grew serious. It was Zhuoqing, number 1 of the Dharma rank in Donghai Academy. He slowly walked to the center and halted. He looked up in the direction of the school of the Finance Star. Zhuoqing, school of the Emperor Star, 9-star Glory Plane, challenges any willing Glory Plane disciple of the school of the Finance Star, Zhuoqing said. Many outsiders did not understand the situation, but the people of Donghai Academy understood immediately. He was taking revenge for what Yi Futian had done. However, Yi Futian was not in the school of the Finance Star crowd. He didn't come today. The others looked uncomfortable. Zhuoqing was at the highest level of the Glory Plane. There was nothing bragworthy of challenging other Glory Plane disciples. However, he'd used the word any willing, which was a blow to their pride. But barely anyone could beat him at this level. Yusheng moved, wanting to go out. He was now in the 6-star Glory Plane and could fight Zhuoqing. However, Yixiang stopped him. Yusheng's attacks and strength were no competition for anyone in the Glory Plane, but he still had flaws. Unlike Yi Futian, who learned all sorts of abilities, Zhuoqing specialized in mind spells and was good at controlling. He could also fly. This was fatal to Yusheng. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to hit the opponent. Once Yusheng reached the Dharma state, his abilities would evolve. At that time, he would be able to fly and also cultivate sorcery. Is no one taking the challenge? Seeing how there was no action, Zhuoqing smiled. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd and came before him. Yangteng, 9-star Glory Plane, the disciple said. After you. Please. Zhuoqing smirked. He instantly hovered in the air. His eyes became extremely demonic and he flew toward Yangteng. Yangteng stomped on the ground and stepped forward. He rushed toward Zhuoqing like lightning and sprang into the air. Zhuoqing's eyes radiated with horrible sharpness. An invisible mind storm fell upon Yangteng's body, rushing into his brain. Then, he was unable to control himself. His hovering body dropped to the ground. The spectators realized that Zhuoqing could use extremely powerful mind spells to control others' bodies. They shuddered. However, Yangteng was also powerful. He roared and forcefully shook the mind control away. He landed on the ground gracefully. But then Zhuoqing landed in the air above him. His demonic eyes stared at Yangteng. At the same time, endless vines fell toward Yangteng. This was the wood element spell Yi Futian had used before the school of the Emperor Star, Lock of 1,000 Vines. The spiritual chi on Yangteng burst forward. He wanted to gather his spell, but the mind storm attacked. He discovered that he could not control the spiritual chi around him, and his spell would not form. With a whoosh, the vines locked down around him, immobilizing him. Zhuoqing descended slowly. He kept his demonic eyes on the struggling Yangteng. Then Yangteng felt the vine's sharp thorns dig into his body. He cried out from the intense pain. With a snap, the vines stiffened. They snapped his joints and Yangteng's body became deformed. Now he was regretting taking up this challenge. Zhuoqing was more powerful than what the rumors said. Thud! Zhuoqing's foot fell before him. The next moment, there was a string of noise and the vines tossed Yang Tung in the direction of the school of the finance star. The people there caught his body but saw that his limbs were all deformed. He was curled up in extreme pain. Take him to get medical treatment, Yi Xiang said. He studied Zhuoqing, whose eyes had returned to normal. Zhuoqing smiled and said, sorry. With that, he returned to the school of the Emperor Star crowd. Many people could feel the coldness. Zhuoqing had directly disabled a disciple of the school of the finance star. He was so cruel. The student of the Emperor Star headmaster is as expected, a clan member praised. They had seen situations like this many times before and were used to it. In the future he will definitely be an important figure of Donghai City, many praised. The headmaster of Emperor Star smiled and said, Zhuoqing is not just this. Next year, he will attend His Majesty's Tingfeng banquet. Yes, with Zhuoqing's talent he will definitely make a show at the Tingfeng banquet, someone said with a laugh. Everyone was praising Zhuoqing. No one ever asked about the defeated one. While everyone was talking, Yu Shang stepped onto the battlefield. He gazed at the school of the Emperor Star and said coldly, Yu Shang, 6-star glory plane, challenges everyone from Emperor Star under the 7-star glory plane. The chattering stopped. Countless eyes studied this burly figure. A 6-star glory plane was challenging everyone from Emperor Star under 7-star? Was he crazy? It's him. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. Yu Shang was so wild but Yi Futian had not appeared. Isn't that the kid who came to our home with the Qin Devil before? Is his brain okay? Mu Hong from the school of the Flirting Star asked his children, the Mu Yunqing siblings. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yenni's eyes flashed. They thought this guy was so messed up. Back when he was a 5-star glory plane, not even those in the 8-star dared to fight directly with him. Now that he was in the 6-star glory plane, those under 7-star probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses. He could sweep the battlefield. Father, he is pretty strong, Mu Yunqing said weakly. Mu Hong nodded and looked back at Yu Shang. If that was the case he would just watch. Presumptuous. One of our students is enough for you, an elder from the school of the Emperor Star said. Then he ordered a student beside him to fight. That student forced himself forward. His eyes were a bit fearful when he looked at Yu Shang. Many understood that the school had sent the student to be destroyed. Reality proved them right. When Yu Shang applied his power, his fist sent the boy flying. Then he tossed the boy in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. With a menacing cold stare, he glared and said, despicable. With that he returned to his school. He does have some skills. Mu Hong was shocked. The scene seemed odd to him. He asked Mu Yunqing, is the Qin Devil's disciple also cultivating here? Yes. Mu Yunqing nodded. How is he? Mu Hong asked. His cultivation should be equal to me. Mu Yunqing answered, speaking only of cultivation instead of ability. The battles continued. The outstanding students of all 7 schools came out to display their abilities. However, the spectators all realized that the school of the Finance Star had grudges with many people. The schools of Emperor Star, Treasury Star, and Flirting Star all seemed to target them. It was difficult for the students of the Finance Star. They were constantly challenged and constantly lost. They rarely won and many were treated cruelly. When Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, came up, the atmosphere was pushed to the peak. Zhou Mu's cultivation had improved. He was now in the 7-star glory plane and challenged the 8-star students of the school of the Finance Star. Good, someone praised. As expected of the art saint inheritor. He can summon beasts through his paintings that are stronger than real demons. He does have the style of the past art saint. There is no other like him, many big figures said. But at this time 2 figures walked into the crowd. Yi Futian carried the Qin Devil and found his school. He pushed through the crowd. Yi Futian was not planning on coming but his teacher wanted to have a look. After this, Donghai Academy would no longer be the academy of the past. Many familiar people would be present today too. Cheers exploded. Yi Futian looked up and saw Zhou Mu had summoned a beast to defeat his opponent. Many spectators glanced at the school of the Finance Star. Their disciples had lost horribly today. Brother Fenglu? At this time someone saw Yi Futian carrying Hua Fenglu toward their school, and immediately called out, Hua Fenglu, the Qin Devil, has appeared. Is that his disciple? Many asked. Yi Futian was speechless. He muttered, Professor, you're too out there. I have a reputation. Hua Fenglu replied nonchalantly. Yi Futian could not argue. Haha, today the art saint's disciple had shown his talents. Coincidentally, Brother Fenglu has appeared with his disciple. They should duel so we can see if Brother Fengliu's disciple can be compared to the art saints. A bright voice sounded. It was Mu Hong. As soon as he finished, many eyes from Donghai Academy turned toward him. They were all shocked and stared at him as if looking at an idiot. How much did he hate the art saint that he wanted to humiliate the man this badly? Chapter 87. The events at the School of the Emperor's Star shocked all of Donghai Academy. There wasn't a single person who did not know about it. The events at the School of the Emperor's Star shocked all of Donghai Academy. There wasn't a single person who did not know about it. Zhou Mu was defeated by Yi Futian in such a humiliating way. His defeat was an equivalent to a slap in the face for the art saint and became a taboo topic amongst the art saint's acquaintances. They were all extremely cautious of their words around him. But now this Mu Hong character dared to bring up the subject in front of all these people. It was obvious how the people of Donghai Academy felt about this. Especially when he said, let's see if Brother Fengliu's disciple is a fraction as gifted as the art saint's disciple. How was the art saint supposed to feel about this? Many people were afraid to look at him. They were all afraid that they might catch the art saint's eyes. This idiot! The officials of the Emperor's Star School all glared at Mu Hong. The officials of the School of the Flirting Star were also looking at him. This sucker's son and daughter had been beaten up by Yi Futian. Did he not know of this? Mu Hong noticed all the attention he was getting. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the battle between the art saint and the Guqin devil still had this much influence on people? There should be a lot of people who look forward to a battle between their disciples. It was a pity that Hua Fenglu was so inferior now, going around begging others like a stray dog. It was only natural that his disciple would not amount to the brilliant Zhou Mu. Father! His children called to him. Standing behind Mu Hong, Mu Yunqing, and Mu Yunyi were going to be sick. They never expected Yi Futian to show up out of the blue. And never in a million years did they think their father would say such things. There was no way that the art saint and the School of the Emperor's Star were not offended by Mu Hong's words. Even Yi Futian was stunned by Mu Hong. Yi Futian remembered this man vividly. After all, he was the first person that Hua Fenglu introduced him to upon their arrival in the city of Donghai. He could not believe that Mu Hong would say these things in this setting. Looking to the Mu siblings who stood behind their father, he gave them a meaningful smile. Just as he thought, the siblings did not have the guts to complain to Mu Hong. It was probably because they were too embarrassed. Greetings, senior. Yi Futian suddenly greeted Mu Hong with a smile. He continued, when I met you I thought that you were a brilliant man and that your children were destined to become the best of the best. I only found out that they were students of the Flirting Star School when I entered the academy. Under your guidance, your children must be very talented. Hua Fenglu blinked a couple of times. He looked at his disciple speechless. Could Yi Futian be more brazen? But why did he anticipate what would happen next? Hua Fenglu was not the only one who was shocked by Yi Futian. The students of Donghai Academy all looked dumbfoundedly at Yi Futian. Weren't the Mu siblings the very first people that Yi Futian beat up on his first day at the academy? How deep was this rivalry that Yi Futian had to play with Mu Hong in this way? Although Yunqing and Yunyi can't claim to be geniuses, they are still pretty gifted. Very talented would be right, Mu Hong said confidently. Mu Yunyi pulled at her father's clothes from behind and whispered, Father, stop talking already. Mu Hong furrowed his eyebrows. His head tilted in confusion. Very talented indeed. I have witnessed this firsthand on my first day at the academy. The two of them have inherited your life spirit and possess extraordinary gifts. A chip off the old block if you will, laughed Yi Futian. Everyone's expression darkened. This rascal. The Mu siblings looked extremely awkward. They were so embarrassed. Mu Yunyi glared at Yi Futian. This jerk was doing this on purpose. Observing the looks on his children's faces, Mu Hong began to realize that something wasn't right. He asked how did the battle go that day. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi lowered their heads. Their hatred for Yi Futian strengthened. There was no chance Mu Hong could stay oblivious at this point. His expression fell immediately when he finally realized that he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. Turning his attention away from his children, Mu Hong looked at Yi Futian once again. He forced a smile on his face and said, "You are indeed the Guqin Devil's disciple. It seems that you are extremely gifted. It is fortunate that these two incompetent rascals know to be embarrassed. They didn't dare to mention the battle to me. Since I've already witnessed the abilities of the Art Saint's disciple, I am now more interested to know just how outstanding the Guqin Devil's disciple is." Yi Futian snickered at the sight of Mu Hong. This guy couldn't seem to get enough of offending others. "Father!" Mu Yunqing called out to Mu Hong again. Simultaneously, a voice rang out from the direction of the group from the Emperor's Star School. "Have you had enough?" Mu Hong froze. His gaze shifted in the direction of the voice and saw the icy gazes on himself. Zhou Mu has also been glaring at him coldly from his spot on the battle platform. Even as he returned to his seat with the others from the school of the Emperor's Star, Zhou Mu continued to glare at Mu Hong. His battle with Yi Futian was also the most humiliating for him. What was Mu Hong trying to do bringing it up again? Mu Hong suddenly felt like the public enemy. He thought to himself, what on earth happened? I admit that my disciple is not on par with Hua Fengliu's disciple. After his defeat last time, I already told Zhou Mu to focus all his energy on cultivation. I don't think that it is necessary for Brother Mu to bring up this topic again, right? Someone said softly. Everyone shivered. It was the Art Saint who spoke. Mu Hong froze with his eyes on the Art Saint. His heart pounded rapidly. He finally understood why everyone was looking at him, and why Yi Futian looked at him funny. So the Art Saint's disciple Zhou Mu already had an exchange with the Guqin Devil's disciple. What's more was that he was defeated. His eyes twitched. He turned to glare at his own children. Oh, how he wanted to give them each a slap across the face. These two brats didn't bring him any intel on Yi Futian. Upon having another look at the Art Saint and the officials of the School of the Emperor's Star, Mu Hong knew exactly what kind of effects his words had. Please forgive me, Brother Hua. I had no idea of any of this. I had no intentions of offending anyone. Mu Hong apologized. The Art Saint turned his gaze away, not looking at Mu Hong. At this, Mu Hong's lips twitched. His piercing eyes turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt wronged. He was completely clueless when he first arrived at the assembly. Mu Hong was the one who offended everyone with a single sentence. All he could do was to go along with him. At this time, many clueless outsiders observed Yi Futian. The Guqin Devil's disciple actually defeated the Art Saint's disciple? Lin Xia, who had her eyes trained on Yi Futian the whole time, smiled and said, I didn't expect that he would become so powerful after getting into Donghai Academy. He was still slightly inferior back at the Luo Palace, but then he actually defeated Zhou Mu. Xiao He was also shocked. Let's continue, said Han Mo. He did not want to dwell on this topic any longer. Today was the Emperor Star School's day to shine, but Yi Futian has stolen the spotlight. His mere existence was an annoyance. And then, that idiot Mu Hong just had to start a fight with him. Mu Hong's actions just now inadvertently humiliated the school of the Emperor's Star. More disciples from the school stepped out and the assembly of the 7 schools continued. Yi Futian and the Guqin Devil sat with the school of the Finance Star. They quietly watched the assembly progress. They deduced that the Emperor Star School was targeting the Finance Star School. Yi Futian was fuming inwardly. At the same time, he could only sigh because he knew how sly the school of the Emperor Star was. Even if he stepped up, he could only fight. It would not help the situation at all. As a whole, the school of the Finance Star could not compare to the school of the Emperor Star. They were completely overpowered. Watching the students of the Emperor Star School fight, Hua Fengliu reminisced about his days of cultivation there. It was a pity that things were so different now. Everybody has changed. Sitting amongst the group from the Emperor Star School were many familiar faces, but none of them would even look him in the eye anymore. Their attitude towards him and their attitude towards the person who used to be equally as famous as himself, the Art Saint, were completely different. Thinking about the past? Tang Wan observed Hua Fengliu's expression from beside him and asked, Don't make fun of me. He smiled bitterly at her. You used to be so famous at the academy. It's normal to think about the past, Tang Wan replied. She turned to look ahead. She also thought of her cultivation days. Hua Fenglu wasn't the only one who was famous at Donghai Academy back then. So was the art saint Nandu Wenin and herself. They were all extremely gifted. I've always had a regret. Master is a person of such high caliber, but as his disciple, I didn't even get the chance to demonstrate my powers as a musical sorcerer before getting kicked out of the academy, sighed Hua Fenglu. Tang Wan nodded. Elder Qin is indeed very respectable, but Yi Futian was able to prove himself in front of the school of the Emperor Star with one musical piece, the Decree of the General. That should make up for at least a part of your regrets, right? She asked. Yeah, Hua Fenglu nodded. Time passed little by little. It was dusk. The sky turned a beautiful red. People from Donghai Academy looked up at the beautiful night sky from time to time. It was almost like the end of an era. Is he really not going to fight? Asked Lin Xia. Her beautiful eyes never left Yi Futian. How could he not fight on a day like this? It was the assembly of the 7 schools for crying aloud. Since he was able to defeat Zhou Mu, it was obvious that he was really capable. Slowly, people stopped stepping onto the battle platform. Everyone began to whisper left and right. Someone laughed as they said, "Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the even schools. The school of the Emperor Star put on such an impressive performance. They have overshadowed the other 6 schools. The school of the Treasury Star wasn't bad either. They only lacked a little in comparison to the Emperor Star School. They can be considered the second best school of Donghai Academy," someone else commented. From these comments, everyone knew that the agenda of the assembly was just getting started. Amongst the group from the Emperor Star School, Han Mo smiled lightly. He turned to look at the Crown Prince and heard Luo Junlin say to Minister Hua, "The person that Ministers Hua favors has not made his move yet." Minister Hua nodded. He then whispered in the ear of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The headmaster wore a strange look on his face but nodded anyway. The headmaster stood up and called out, "Hua Fenglu." Hua Fenglu lifted his head in confusion. He looked at the headmaster and smiled. "Greetings, Uncle Master." The headmaster nodded in response and said, "You used to be a student of our school, so why are you sitting with the school of the Finance Star today?" "I am here with my disciple today. He is a student of the Finance Star School, so I sat here with him," Hua Fenglu answered calmly. "Then I have nothing better to say regarding that. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have graced us with their presence today, and would like to witness the powers of the best students of Donghai Academy. Your disciple is extremely gifted but has not stepped up. What is the meaning of that?" The headmaster reprimanded. This was peculiar to everyone watching. Why was the headmaster asking for Yi Futian? However, there were a lot of people who looked forward to witnessing the outstanding gifts of the person who defeated the art saint's disciple. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian felt something was amiss. Was there no other choice but to fight? At this moment, Yi Futian saw Tang Wan walk to the front with the guqin in her hands. "Duyo. I purposely carry it with me. The guqin devil's disciple can't do without a guqin," she said. Yi Futian gave her a smile. She came prepared in hopes that they could take advantage of this event to make sure the guqin devil's name wouldn't be forgotten by the citizens of the city of Donghai. Yi Futian nodded with a smile and took over the guqin, named Duyo. "Let's play a piece for Master today." Chapter 88. Yi Futian slowly walked out to the center of the square. Countless gazes fell upon him. The younger generation went without saying. Yi Futian had already proved how powerful he was. The older generation was also paying attention. The Qin Devil had returned to Donghai City as a disabled man. How talented could his disciple be? Yi Futian slowly walked out to the center of the square. Countless gazes fell upon him. The younger generation went without saying. Yi Futian had already proved how powerful he was. The older generation was also paying attention. The Qin Devil had returned to Donghai City as a disabled man. How talented could his disciple be? Yi Futian put the guqin before him and sat down slowly. Clad in a white robe, he looked extremely handsome and regal. Seeing him, Lin Xia gasped and was shocked. She had once thought that he was just an average musician who went to the Luo Palace to learn more about the world. Then, Yi Futian displayed his talent during the battle. Today, she heard that he had defeated Zhou Mu at Donghai Academy. Just how outstanding was this handsome boy? Her father glanced at her. To be honest, he knew about Yi Futian defeating Zhou Mu, but he didn't tell Lin Xia. This girl was interested in the boy, but Yi Futian was the Qin Devil's disciple. He had conflicts with the art saint and the school of the Emperor's Star. His future would have many obstacles. Plus, he already had a girlfriend, that one from the Nanda clan. He didn't want his daughter to get involved and have her heart broken. Mu Hong studied Yi Futian, but his eyes darkened. Yi Futian looked up at the setting sun. There was a smile in his clear eyes. She said slowly, "This song was composed by myself. It is called Hero." With that, he began playing. His fingers slid over the strings and a graceful melody came out. He did not challenge anyone. "He's just playing music," someone said. The spectators were impressed. Today's motive was to see the accomplished students display their talents. They did not necessarily have to challenge others. For the Qin Devil's disciple, music playing was naturally a way to do that. People quickly stopped mulling. The moment the music sounded, they fell into a pleasantly strange artistic conception. At first, the melody was cheerful and fresh. As the music entered their ears, a picture appeared in the audience's minds. They seemed to see a handsome youth earnestly bow to his teacher for the first time. The youth had extraordinary talent. He was well liked by his teacher and was taught true skills, growing even more powerful. The melody gradually became graceful and moving. It made one feel as if they were falling in love. They involuntarily entered this mindset. The student grew up, met a girl, and fell in love. His heartbeat seemed to be audible in the music. The moving melody changed again. It became heavy and dark. The relationship was judged and opposed. A few big figures furrowed their brows. Was the meaning behind this song his own story or Hua Fengliu's? The music changed again. The youth had matured and become successful, but he still wanted to be with his loved one. Even if everyone opposed it, even if it was beyond redemption. The music intensified. The main character of the melody seemed to be fighting against fate. He faced everything alone, but in the end he failed. The music grew dreary, like a hero past his prime. Just as everyone thought the song was over, the dreary melody suddenly recovered its vitality. Rather than being spirited again, it was as calm as water, like a change in mindset. Everyone could see that the main character had gone through many hardships and cultivated. But he still could not forget his home and lover. He decided to return and face the changes in the world. Even if he was defeated, he was still a hero. The melody stopped. The music faded slowly. Everyone seemed to be unwilling to return to reality. The young people were especially affected by the attractive force of the music. In the school of the finance star crowd, Tang Lan's eyes welled with tears. She gazed at Hua Fenglu, who was now disabled. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. His disciple was able to compose now and had performed his entire life. Many big figures glanced at Yi Futian. They naturally understood the meaning behind the song. This was a composition for the Qin Devil. Yi Futian used his music to express his teacher's life. Though he didn't fight anyone, this melody was better than the Qin Devil in the past. No one dared to look down on him. Mu Hong narrowed his eyes at Yi Futian. No wonder Hua Fenglu had begged him for this student. He was a second Hua Fenglu. "Who did you play this for?" Luo Junlin, the crown prince, asked from the direction of the school of the Emperor's Star. "Your Highness, I played for my master." Yi Futian set his hands down and looked up at Luo Junlin. "You have enough artistic conception but not enough elan. You did not reveal a true musical spell. Since you are such a good musician, why don't you perform something for me today as well?" Luo Junlin said. Yi Futian gazed at the crown prince. Since he requested it, Yi Futian could not deny him. He nodded and said, "Okay. I am still unable to compose my own musical spell, so I can only perform someone else's." "Sure." Luo Junlin nodded. Yi Futian lowered his head and began playing again. His fingers strummed and the instrument strings vibrated. A note broke through the air like powerful running thunder. "This piece is the world." As he spoke, the music notes danced. The audience instantly felt an extreme power. Many people's eyes flashed. Yi Futian truly was a prodigy. They instantly understood that this melody was created for the crown prince. A terrifying music storm gathered around Yi Futian. It was as powerful as crashing tidal waves. Now, different images flashed past the audience's mind as the music played. Signal smoke rose and the emperor rode onto the battlefield to conquer the lands. Some also saw the king ride a dragon and survey the world. Everyone he passed bowed down. In this melody, the world was like a painting. Send some men up, Luo Junlin said indifferently. Minister Hua glanced at the school of the Emperor Star headmaster and uttered a command. Several disciples then walked toward Yi Futian. However, their steps were very difficult. The music constantly entered their ears, making them scared to fight back. Spiritual qi gathered around them and they stepped forward. However, the music was still rising. It seemed to want to break through the clouds. Now Yi Futian was shrouded in a halo of light. He was like a young king. He represented the world. Everyone saw a shocking image. There was a blurry figure up above. He had an emperor's long robe and a crown. He walked toward them, commanding the world, making them voluntarily want to bow down to him. The weaker Emperor Star students going toward Yi Futian had prostrated themselves to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They seemed to be revering Yi Futian. More and more people knelt down under the music's influence. As if controlled by the musical spell, they worshipped the emperor. Boom! A terrible sharpness flashed past the eyes of the big figures. They felt the youth's talent and shuddered. Something felt wrong. This song was called The World. It was performed for the crown prince, but Yi Futian was the performer. At this moment, he had become the high and mighty emperor and Luo Junlin was before him, face to face. The elegance and grace of the white-clothed youth truly was like an emperor now. Did the musical spell give it to him, or was he born with it? Lin Xia gaped. The present Yi Futian was even more brilliant than that day at the Luo Palace. He was unmatchable. He could even be compared to someone like the crown prince, let alone Zhou Mu. Mu Hong shuddered as well. Hua Fenglu had such a student and had once come to him, but he rejected the man. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Xiang cursed. He didn't want Yi Futian to attend this event. Being too bright was not a good thing. Nowadays, Minister Hua and the crown prince were very close. He hoped Yi Futian would stay low and attend the Tingfeng banquet with ministers Hua. Some people are born like this, Hua Fenglu said calmly. Not many knew about Yi Futian's secret, but he and Yu Shang knew. The inheritor of Emperor Yi Qing was definitely not an average man. His aura would appear when playing music, which he probably didn't even know himself. When Luo Junlin told Yi Futian to perform something, the world should be the most suitable piece. However, this piece caused Yi Futian to reveal his emperor-like aura. This was neither on purpose nor brought about by the musical spell. It was something he was born with. Hua Fenglu could guess that Yi Futian had a shocking background. At this moment, at the highest seat in the school of the Emperor Star, Luo Junlin slowly stood up. Then, to the surprise of all, he walked down toward the center of the square, toward Yi Futian. People could feel those who were the same. Luo Junlin was destined to be king. Everyone in Nanda knew that he ruled over the world. He could feel something similar coming from Yi Futian. It was the aura of an emperor. The music reached the climax. Then it descended and stopped. Luo Junlin also stopped before Yi Futian. Countless eyes were on them. Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu were even a bit nervous as they watched. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin shouldn't kill Yi Futian just for a song. He had told the youth to play it after all. Follow me. When I become king, you will be minister, Luo Junlin said, staring at Yi Futian. With that, the world fell into silence. When I become king, you will be minister. Chapter 89. Luo Junlin was the crown prince. What did that mean? It meant that he was going to become the emperor in the future. Luo Junlin was the crown prince. What did that mean? It meant that he was going to become the emperor in the future. The words of an emperor were to be taken seriously. Since Luo Junlin had spoken, it meant that he was serious. So, at the nod of Yi Futian's head, he would be bestowed a title of nobility and become a prime minister. Then, as soon as the throne was passed down to the crown prince, Yi Futian will be a prime minister of the nation. It was an utmost honor for a mere 16-year-old student to be bestowed such a title. This unbelievable ordeal was something you had to see for yourself to believe. Some people were in utter disbelief. This couldn't be real. Had the crown prince gone mad? No matter how gifted Yi Futian was, he was still very young. The future was filled with uncertainty. How could the crown prince promise him the title of prime minister so easily? Minister Hua was frozen in his seat. His eyes sharpened, but he remained silent, not stopping Luo Junlin. Who was he to stop the crown prince? Xia Feng was feeling helpless and miserable at this point. He had just begged Minister Hua and the crown prince to save his son earlier today, but now, the crown prince was recruiting Yi Futian to be the future prime minister. By the looks of this, if Yi Futian was smart, there was no way he would reject this offer. If things proceeded, then his son, Xia Fan, was good as gone. Mu Hong, Lin Xia, powerful cultivators of the Emperor Star School, and officials of Donghai Academy, all failed to comprehend the situation as well. It was true that Yi Futian possessed outstanding gifts, but weren't the crown prince's words too rash? Obviously, Luo Junlin hadn't gone mad, nor was he dumb. He felt a familiar aura from Yi Futian. This young man was a person favored by Minister Zhua, and even held the decree of the minister in his hands. Putting the pieces together, Luo Junlin was able to think of a lot of things. Plus, he understood Minister Zhua a little too well, and was well aware of his way of style of doing things. Yi Futian was also very shocked. He did not understand why one piece would cause such a strong reaction from the crown prince. Did he want to bestow him the title of prime minister? Your Highness, I have too many ties here and is not able to drop everything to leave with you. Can we reconsider this in the future? Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin. Even though he had no intentions of taking the offer, he could not offend royalty in front of everyone. Luo Junlin shook his head. Seeing his expression, Yi Futian bowed. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He rejected. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Yi Futian in immense shock. Yi Futian actually turned down the chance to become minister. The Nandu nation controlled 36 prefectures, and every prefecture contained many cities. Just prefecture chiefs held a lot of power and were big shots in their respective prefectures already, so just imagine the power a minister would have. The Nandu nation had 2 ministers. Minister Zhua, the left minister, controlled the inner workings of the nation, while Minister Hua, the right minister, controlled the army. The power of a prime minister was second only to the emperor himself. Such a great opportunity had been placed in front of Yi Futian's eyes, but he chose to reject. Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He said, "Do you know the consequences of going against an imperial order? Even though I am not the emperor yet, I will be in the future." At his domineering words, everybody's expressions changed. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin already exuded the intimidating emperor of an emperor. If it was an imperial order, I would have no way to reject, Your Highness, answered Yi Futian. Luo Junlin was quiet as he looked into Yi Futian's eyes. A wave of pressure washed over Yi Futian. Suddenly, Luo Junlin smiled. He said, "If so, then I won't force it on you. You may be excused." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Futian said as he bowed, ready to retreat back to his seat. As Yi Futian walked back to his place beside Hua Fenglu, Luo Junlin stood still, watching his retreating figure. He gave off a murderous vibe as he walked to his seat as well. When their backs turned to each other, Yi Futian and Luo Junlin walked off the battle platform to return to their own seats. Everyone's eyes followed the two figures. One was the powerful young crown prince, who already possessed the attitude of an emperor, and one was a young man, gifted by the heavens. He possessed extraordinary gifts, and his future was unpredictable. Luo Junlin sat down in his seat, and then with a stern look around he said, "I am very disappointed. Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the 7 schools, but from what I have seen, not too many of its students possess extraordinary gifts. Amongst the 7 schools, only the schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star can be considered competent. So why do you need 7 schools? From this day on, Donghai Academy shall fall under the jurisdiction of the School of the Emperor Star, and the School of the Treasury Star will assist." Silence. These words did not come from the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. Neither did it come from Minister Hua. These words came from the Crown Prince Luo Junlin. He had already been rejected by Yi Futian today. By the stern look on his face, everyone knew that if any single person dared to object against Luo Junlin's decision, they would meet with a frightening ending. The inevitable changes in Donghai Academy had finally come. Yes, Your Highness. The headmasters of the Emperor Star and the Treasure Star School stood and bowed to receive the order of the Crown Prince. The other 5 headmasters did not say a single word as they too stood up. Looking at the powerful crowned prince, they bowed and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." When the Crown Prince and Minister Hua arrived at Donghai Academy, many people had already predicted something like this would happen. The school of the Emperor Star had gotten too powerful. There was no way to stop them. And now the inevitable had come. "You may all be dismissed," Luo Junlin said with a wave of his hand. He then turned to leave. His every word was absolute. Minister Hua got up from his seat to look at everyone once more before following behind Luo Junlin. A whole group of people followed not too closely behind Luo Junlin and Minister Hua as they walked towards the school of the Emperor Star. "What do you think of what happened just now?" Luo Junlin asked Minister Hua. Naturally, Minister Hua understood that Luo Junlin was not speaking of the ordeal with the Emperor Star School but about Yi Futian. "Your Highness must have had a reason for doing so," answered Minister Hua. "When he was playing the guqin, he exuded the aura of an emperor," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua looked shocked but said nothing. These words could only be said by the Crown Prince. He could not repeat them as a minister. When I said that I would give him the title of Prime Minister, he was not moved. He had no greed. It seemed like he had no interest in the position of minister. Luo Junlin laughed with a cold demeanor. "He is indeed a person worthy of being favored by Minister Zhua. Minister Zhua does have a very good eye," said Minister Hua. "Many of our nation's officials were discovered by Minister Zhua," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua's gaze sharpened. He knew what Luo Junlin said was true. Astrologers were a scary bunch. But Minister Zhua had never given out the decree of the minister to anyone. "This is my reason for coming to the city of Donghai. Yi Futian might be different from the others that Minister Zhua had previously discovered," said Luo Junlin. His gaze sharpened as well. "What do you mean by this, Your Highness?" asked Minister Hua. "Even though I am the future emperor, the person with the most influence in the imperial city, beside my father, is Minister Zhua," Luo Junlin said. "Your Highness, you will step up to the throne one day. Plus, with your gifts, you will definitely not be any inferior to His Majesty. Power is always in your reach," replied Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin snickered and said, "That's a given. The throne is not my final goal, but if Minister Zhua does anything to get in the way, I will not let him off so easily." Minister Hua was shocked by the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, I don't think Minister Zhua will try anything," said Minister Hua. On his trip to the city of Qingzhou, besides bestowing the decree of the minister upon Yi Futian, Minister Zhua also accepted a request from the Nanda clan. Why else would they invite Minister Zhua to the Nando Palace? Of course it was to get a fortune told. Minister Zhua would not have told the fortune of the elders in the clan. The most outstanding person in the Nanda clan right now is a young lady named Hua Jieyu. The day Yi Futian crashed the school of the Emperor Star, he went there looking for her. "They're a couple," explained Luo Junlin. After a while, he spoke again. After returning to the imperial city, ministers would begin to plan for next year's Tingfeng banquet. He also tried to convince father to put the people of Nanda clan in important positions. Who do you think he's paving a road for? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu? Minister Hua made a realization. He felt a shiver run down his back. The Crown Prince was way scarier than he had anticipated. That's right. Minister Zhua is making the bold move of paving the way for this young couple. Plus, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor today. Do you still think that Minister Zhua isn't trying anything? Asked Luo Junlin. Minister Hua was dumbfounded. He knew that everything the Crown Prince said was true. Minister Zhua was an astrologer. He must have told Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's fortune. Furthermore, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor. What were they fated to be? It was a scary thought. Send people to keep an eye on Yi Futian and the Nanda clan. Then we'll head back to the imperial city to see father, said Luo Junlin. There were still some things that he did not tell Minister Hua. In the city of Qingzhou, Ministers Wu yelled at Luo Junlin's younger sister for Yi Futian. He made his sister, the princess, apologize to Yi Futian. Did princesses need to apologize to commoners? What was Yi Futian's true identity? What kind of person was worthy enough for Ministers Wu to do all this? There was also another thing he held a grudge on. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin had requested for Ministers Wu to become his master multiple times but was always rejected. Ministers Wu said he didn't dare to be the master of the future emperor. This also meant that Ministers Wu was unwilling to be his aide. Not only that, Ministers Wu has also refused to tell Luo Junlin's fortune. His reason was an emperor's fortune must not be told. Luo Junlin wasn't going to believe his bullshit reasons. There was only one reason for Ministers Wu, an astrologer, to refuse to aid the crown prince. And that was, the crown prince was not fated to an emperor. It's just that Ministers Wu didn't dare to say these words. Ministers Wu had once said the fortunes told by astrologers were the general flow of events. To go against the flow would only bring harm. But Luo Junlin refused to believe this. He was going to change his own fate. He was born to become emperor. Luo Junlin was going to take life into his own hands. At Donghai Academy, the crowd had yet to depart from the central square. What were they supposed to do now that the 7 schools were to be united? In the direction of the School of the Finance Star, a large group formed around Yixiang. He was explaining something to the crowd and they looked at him, not willing to part. Headmaster Yixiang of the School of the Finance Star was stepping down and turning over his position to someone else. He was planning to leave the academy. I'm so tired after all these years. From now on, all of you should continue to work hard. I'm only in charge of my daughter and my disciple now, joked Yixiang. Headmaster, don't you mean daughter and son-in-law? Teased Yi Futian. Yi Qingxian glared at him but Yixiang laughed and looked at Yu Shang. That's right. Son-in-law works too. Ugh. Yu Shang blinked then looked at Yi Futian, only to see Yi Futian slip him a sly smile. He seemed to be waiting for words of gratitude from Yi Shang. Master, it's almost the end of the year. The Guqin garden is so big, Huafenglu, and I feel so lonely there. Why don't you move there to live with us? Tang Wan asked Yixiang. Yixiang looked at her. He couldn't help but smile when he saw how nervous she looked. All right, he replied. Tang Wan's face lit up with a bright smile. Okay, let's be on our way now. Let's go. Yixiang took large steps and walked forward. Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian followed after him. Yi Futian carrying Huafenglu, and Tang Wan followed at the back of the group. Yi Futian smiled while watching the group of people ahead of him. This felt like a huge family reunion. It was such a pleasant feeling. If only Fox and Masteress were here too, then it would be perfect. He was going to work hard to make it happen. As the sun set, the group walked out of Donghai Academy. There was no looking back now.